Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Governing Board monthly meeting of the South Florida Water Management District to order. It's December 9th, 2021. We're in the city of Doral this morning, and we're going to do a Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to do things a little differently, and I'm going to have two of you do it since we're in your town. If Charlie and Scott, you'd lead us, that'd be great. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you both, and good morning, everyone. As you've noticed, we've taken the meeting on the road, and we're in the city of Doral, and thanks, Mayor Bermudez, very much for hosting us, and thank you to your council members. This is just a gorgeous facility, and it's very nicely decorated for the holidays. Mr. Steinley and Mr. Bergeron are not going to be able to join us today. The meeting is going to be live streamed. When we hold board meetings off-site, we don't have the capability for virtual public comment. So the district did open public comment period for the public and stakeholders to provide written comment in advance of today's meeting. We did receive e-comment, and they are posted with today's meeting materials on the district's meeting webpage. We have all received those comments as well, and we've all looked at them. Those who are here in person may comment by filling out a card available at the reception desk and giving it to each staff. And now I'd love to recognize Mayor Juan Carlos Bermudez to speak. And thank you, sir, for allowing us to be here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief, and thank you, the Vice Chair of the whole board, and the two South Florida reps that are here, and all of you for the great, first and foremost, thank you and the staff for the great job you do. Sitting back there, I know how difficult it is to volunteer one's time for some of these sometimes great causes that people don't understand when you make a decision. You take into consideration so many important things, and not everyone is happy. So thank you for the time and effort that you all put into making sure that all of South Florida, but in particular down here in the city of Doral, being the mayor of a city that is right by the Northwest well fields. We have, as we spoke before, the C4, C6, which has a lot of impact on our city and on this district. The issues that you deal with to keep us certainly I'm not going to use the word safe, but also keep us all in South Florida, making it the paradise that it is very important. So we want to welcome you. And those of you that are visiting the city of Doral for the first time, welcome. Those who are here for the umpteenth time, welcome back. I hope you come back again. It's always a pleasure to have you here, and we're wishing you all happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and may many blessings come to you, all of you, in the upcoming year. I don't know if this is your first meeting, but we went about a year and a bit without live meetings. So we're probably happy that we're together, which is good. Hopefully we don't have to go back to not being together. So thank you for being here and for the work that you do. And obviously, please remember that the door is always open here in the city of Doral to host you and to work with the South Florida Water Management District. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Are there any other elected officials who are in the audience? If there are and you'd like to speak, I'd love to recognize you. If not, I'd like to recognize Rella Begay, who's the Chief Bay Officer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and governing board members. It's so great to have you here, Miami-Dade County. My name is Rella Begay. I'm the Chief Bay Officer for Miami-Dade County, and it's my honor to speak here on behalf of our mayor, Daniela Levine Cava. I want to recognize a couple of my colleagues. I have Sean McCracken, the mayor's policy director, and I have Lee Hefty, who is the director of the Environmental Resources Management Department. Our mayor would be here herself, but she's in Washington, D.C., working very hard to bring home some much needed infrastructure funding, and as well as advocating for increased funding for Everglades restoration and trying to keep our projects on track. She is a water warrior and a longtime lover of the Everglades and often is kayaking out there on her free time. I want to start by thanking all of you for the commitment you're making today to ensure that all district lands are retained for CERP projects until they're officially needed. I also want to thank our Miami-Dade representatives, Mr. Martinez and Mr. Wagner, for your ongoing support of Biscayne-based CERP projects. Miami-Dade County has invested significant funds for the purchase of lands, particularly for the Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands. And I want you to all know that we are working very hard with FDEP to secure the certification of those last parcels of lands needed for the Cutler Flowway construction. And trust me when I tell you, having kicked off that project almost 2 decades ago, I honestly can't wait to be at that ribbon cutting. So it's very important to me personally. We're also encouraged on the progress we've made with the Biscayne Bay Southern Everglades ecosystem restoration planning process. And I hope that we can keep that moving forward with our federal partners and secure a requested waiver. I would be remiss if I would not acknowledge the amazing staff that you have, amazing executive director, and Akin and Carolina, who we've been working with very closely on the level of service studies, exploring innovative ways to provide flood protection, dealing with sea level rise, and also taking water quality into account, particularly in the C7 canal, which is one of the most polluted waterways in Miami-Dade County. I want to shout out our local staff, Armando Villaboy and Brian Palacio, for helping us coordinate efforts to educate our local municipalities who also bear a level of responsibility working together to keep our waterways and our canals clean. There's still so much more to do in the coming years to improve the health of Biscayne Bay. I'm pleased to share that we've officially established our Biscayne Bay Watershed Management Advisory Board, who met just this past Monday. The board will recommend priorities and projects and provide a permanent approach to the management of the Bay's watershed, something we've never had before. This board will also complement the work of the Biscayne Bay Commission established last session by the legislature, and congratulations, Governing Board Member Martinez, for your appointment to that. We look forward to working with you very closely. And in closing, on behalf of Mayor Daniela Levine Cava, Miami-Dade County really looks forward to our continuing longstanding partnership with the district and working on solutions together as we move forward into a One Water strategy. The mayor recently appointed a director of One Water. And so with that, I am grateful and for your dedicated service. I know what it feels like to be up there. And I'm really happy that you decided to choose Miami-Dade County for your last meeting of 2021. And it's great to see you all here in person. Happy holidays, and thank you again so much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Gay.
Thank you.
We're going to go to the next item on the agenda, which is agenda revisions. Are there any? You're over there.
But a few things to note. Meeting packet page 153, a paragraph was added to the proposed policy changes. Meeting packet page 167, a duplicate bulleted paragraph was deleted. Meeting packet page 178, the backup document was revised to include the meeting links. The draft minutes were revised to indicate Vice Chairman Wagner was present at the last meeting and Mr. Steinley was absent. A scrivener's error was corrected on agenda item number 21.
Thanks, Rosie. We'll go now to abstentions by board members and start with Colonel Roman.
I have none, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair?
None.
I have none. Mr. Olipich?
Thank you. I'm Jackie Thurlow Lippish, and I will be reading the Audit and Finance
Hang on.
Committee.
Abstentions.
Oh, abstentions? Excuse me. No abstentions.
I didn't think so.
Obviously, I'm
Yeah.
jumping on my horse too
Yeah,
soon.
you're a little. We'll get to that in a second.
Thank you.
Ms. Meads?
None, thank you.
Mr. Martinez? No. Thank you. Mr. Butler?
I don't have any. None.
And now what we've all been waiting for, the Audit and Finance Committee report. Mr. Olipich?
Obviously, I was a little nervous. Thank you so much. I'm Jackie Thurlow Lippish, and I will be reading the Audit and Finance Committee report for Mr. Jay Steinley, who is not here today. I sit on the committee along with Cheryl Meads to my right. It is extensive, so please sit back, relax, and listen to all of this important information. The treasurer's investment update as of September 30th. Strategy during fiscal year 2020 and early fiscal year 2021 was to maintain higher cash balances as markets maneuvered through the pandemic. In February 2021, after monitoring ad valorem was not lagging, the committee and staff determined that we should slowly start to invest again. As a result, the operating account was decreased to 13% of the portfolio as of September 2021 versus 50% that was in it February 2021. To put in dollar amounts, there was $70 million in the operating account in September 2021 versus $391 million that was in the operating account in February of 2021. The district invested $70 million in mortgage-backed securities and $80 million in U.S. agency securities. The actual fiscal year earnings for fiscal year 2021 was $2.4 million. Economic projections point to slower growth this year, but higher inflation than previously projected. The 5-year Treasury where we invest was at 1.2 versus 0.3 that it was at the beginning of the year. The current portfolio was at $5.2 million with 47.22% or $242.2 million invested in mortgage-backed securities. Ideally, we would like to be at 30 to 35% in mortgage-backed securities. The policy maximum is 50%. Page 1. Ms. Weinberg also provided an update on the district's debt refinancing, $335 million in outstanding debt as of 9/30/2021. Financial Advising and Consulting, also known as PFM, is going to run scenario analyses on continued basis so that we can determine if and when the optimal time to proceed when the right time would be. And this is thank you to Mr. Jay Steinley.
Thanks. Are there any comments or questions? Thanks very much, Jackie.
Do I need to continue this?
I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
I know it's long.
Keep going.
Okay. Thank you. It's quite long.
Keep going.
Inspector General's audit reports. The Inspector General, Tim Behrens, Inspector General, right here, off to my left. The Inspector General presented 3 audit reports to the committee. Number 1, audit of the construction change orders. Audit purpose. Assessed whether change orders were negotiated in accordance with contract terms and conditions. Verified cumulative change order amounts as a percentage of original contract amounts. Compared change order average, such to industry benchmarks. Audit review of the controls of the e-builder system to gauge system integrity. This information was used in the audit and heavily relied on this system. Audit results. Overall, the controls with the e-builder system were working effectively and reported 4.0 change order percentage were accurately calculated. Audit recommendation. 1 recommendation was made to provide the board and management with reports of the change order percentage with and without any outliers for full disclosure. Management concurred with the recommendation. Number 2, audit of SERP share cost. This was the most interesting for me. The purpose of this audit is to determine whether the district requests credit for all eligible SERP design and construction related to expenses and whether adequate supporting documentation was maintained for such expenditures. Audit results. The results of this audit showed overall the district has an adequate process in place to ensure that all eligible SERP design and construction expenses are submitted to the Army Corps of Engineers for work-in-kind credit. the district maintains sufficient documentation to substantiate claimed expenses. The status of district work in-kind credits are mostly accurate on the Army Corps of Engineers and district's tracking spreadsheets. However, some exceptions were noted. Audit recommendations. 8 recommendations were made. Management concurred with all of the recommendations. Number 3, audit of fleet utilization and replacement. Audit purpose. The purpose of this audit was to determine whether the fleet size is adequate to carry out the district's mission. Fleet units meeting replacement requirements are replaced in a timely manner. Rentals are cost-effective. Vehicles and equipment are adequately utilized. Fleet purchases are procured using state and other government contracts. Audit results. Due to limited funding and other priorities, the district has not been able to replace fleet that has met certain replacements and criteria. Therefore, additional funding is needed. There is a process in place to ensure that vehicles and equipment are being adequately utilized, but some improvements are needed. The fleet size is adequate to carry out the district's mission. Fleet purchases are procured using state and government contracts to obtain the best prices. Rentals are used for infrequent equipment needs. Audit recommendations. 10 audit recommendations were made. Management concurred with all 10 recommendations. That's something to read more about. Number 3 and 4, and the final presentation of Inspector General, Mr. Behrens. Fiscal year 2021-2022 audit plan and long-term audit plan for fiscal years 2023 through 2027. The committee approved the fiscal year 2021-2022 audit plan and long-term audit plan for fiscal years 2023 through 2027. A copy of the approved audit plan was emailed to each board member along with the IG annual report for fiscal year 2021 on November 22nd. Proposed revision to internal audit charter. Mr. Behrens presented proposed policy changes that require the Inspector General to submit an annual and long-term audit plan. The changes will align with district policy with Florida statutes and are included in the changes to the administrative policy consent agenda item that the board will be voting on this morning. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Lipich. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Lipich or for the Inspector General? Great. We'll move on to the next item. Thank you for doing that. Next item is the approval of the minutes for the November 10th meeting. We had some amendments to them earlier. If there are any more amendments or additions or deletions to those meetings? If not, could I have a motion?
I'll move.
Have a motion?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the November 10th meeting. Further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez? Yes. Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Mr. Lipich?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Colonel Rowan?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Mr. Bartlett, the Executive Director's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Got a fairly brief report for you today, but thank you for your indulgence. First, I will start with a LOSUM update. That is the topic du jour, generally speaking. So, as you know, the Corps of Engineers did release and identify the model from which they're going to build their schedule, their control manual, and the environmental impact statement from. And then from that point, that's basically a LACO model, so it's more restricted. Then they are taking that model, coupling it with water conservation area models and surrounding models to see what the ultimate effects are for building the environmental impact statement. And so those modeling results should be posted and available on December 13th for the public to review. From there, they are scheduling a PDT meeting in early January. It's not pinpointed yet, but it should be early January where they'll go over that with the PDT and as they move forward. So really, they're also in the process of developing, what the control plan, what the schedule looks like, and all the policies surrounding that. And so we'll start to see those kind of things trickle out, probably starting in January, which can include things like recovery mode and conservation mode, which I think is the next thing of public interest that we'll all be curious about and seeing how they capture how those types of modes get implemented in LOSUM. They're also working on the policies surrounding how they would rely on the district when, above the water shortage band, but at lower lake stages to help them with, movement of water allocations, those types of things, how they'll rely on us in those lower lake stages. So we'll see something come out on that. I tell you that because they are embracing the idea and working with us to try to come up with something. We don't have anything yet, but hopefully we'll see some language, some approach to that policy in early January, if not sooner. So that's they are working very well with us. Moving on from LOSUM, in resiliency, so that is something obviously that the Water Management District is very much invested in. We have a draft resiliency plan. I almost consider it a final resiliency plan. It's always a work in progress. Out on the web, it's impressive. And also as impressive is the governor and the state's commitment to resiliency with the funding that they're providing for our communities moving forward. So there's a lot of dedication to that. The governor's next budget request includes $500 million again for resiliency. And they just announced $270 million worth of projects. While we didn't get any of that funds, our communities down south got a lot of those funds, which is necessary because as we know, it's the connection between us and everybody that really makes the system work very well. I'll remain in communication with the secretary, the new chief resiliency officer, Dr. Wes Brooks, and they are absolutely committed to helping us with resiliency as well as we move forward. I really have to shout out to Dr. Carolina Moran, who really put together this resiliency plan. As I've been talking with folks, they are reading it. And when you stack our resiliency plan up against a lot of government resiliency plan, it is robust and very impressive, and it contains an amazing amount of science, modeling, engineering. People are reading it. Dr. Moran had a interview with a Miami reporter. That reporter knew everything that was in our resiliency plan, right? And so it's a great document. I'm very proud of it, and I'm very thankful for Dr. Carolina Moran, her staff, and all the staff and the programs that help us put that together. We're on a pretty good run right now, right? So and I just want to do some reflection since the last board meeting, right? And it's been less than a month since the last board meeting, but right after that board meeting, Governor DeSantis announced his budget request for the environment. $960 million for Everglades restoration and protection of water resources. I was a DEP for a while before I got here. I remember being excited about 20 million, okay? 960 million is incredible. 660 million for Everglades restoration, 175 million for water quality improvements, 40 million for alternative water supply, 50 million for projects to restore Florida's world-renowned springs, 35 million for increased water quality monitoring, including combating algae blooms, including the blue-green algae and red tide. And then 2 million for removal of Burmese pythons. That's $1 million increase to help combat Burmese python invasion. So that's 960 million. Remember 4 years ago or 3.5 years ago when he said, I want 2.5 billion. Well, he's on track for 3 billion. It was an audacious goal, 2.5 billion. There were people that doubted it. And here he is with support of the legislature getting us $3 billion for the state. And that's not just environmental investment, that's economic investment because we know how closely those are tied. So that was very exciting. Also, what was very exciting was we turned on the pumps for the C44 project. If you missed it, watch the video. I've never seen a pump turn on like that. It looks like, Disney. Boom, water coming out. It was very exciting. We turned on the pumps for the Scott Water Farm in St. Lucie County. We tried to have events, but it's been raining and Scott Water Farm has been busy capturing that water and helping the Indian River Lagoon. So another project we turned on. Last week, I did present to the Subcommittee for Appropriations at the House of Representatives on the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Plan. It's a comprehensive report. And tomorrow, we will be hosting an open house for the technologies we're doing proof of concept with on what is going to be reliable, easy to maintain, and useful for the district for treating water before it goes down the well. It's from 11 to 2 at site on the Kissimmee River, more specifically the C-38, if you're interested in seeing some cool engineering, quite frankly. That's real high-tech engineering. So we'll be doing that tomorrow. Also, today and tomorrow, the Acquisition and Restoration Council is meeting. So that is a DEP council that implements the Florida Forever program, which is a funding pot for conservation lands. They are considering Barbie Ranch, which I told you about last time. It's a 2,000-acre parcel just north of the C-44 STA that could be part of the Indian River Lagoon Natural Lands component of SERP. Audubon has sent in a letter of support. Nature Conservancy has sent in a letter of support. I can't be there, so I talked to the chairman yesterday of the council. She's going to convey our support for that project. And this is an example of the Water Management District pursuing all avenues possible to implement restoration in South Florida, including SERP. Florida Forever program has been there for a while. We're now using that as another tool in our toolbox to try to advance restoration in South Florida. Very committed to it. And the other thing I would like to point out is our staff, they pursue water quality grants, they pursue resiliency grants, FEMA, Department of Economic Opportunity, DEP, other funding streams out of DEP. We've got one later on today where we chased funding streams outside of our traditional funding to try to advance our efforts. And so, I just kind of went through a list of activities that reflect, our commitment to ecosystem restoration in our systems. And it really rides on the back of staff at the Water Management District, the management and leadership of the folks at the Water Management District who never rest and really, dedicate themselves to trying to make things better for South Florida. And so I really appreciate them for their efforts in 2021. They've really helped us look good. Chauncey and I were in Tallahassee last week, and the number of times people that are not even, they work for other departments. They're people I knew. They work for other departments. They're not in our business. They say to me, "You guys are really doing a lot down there," because they see stuff on social media. And so people are noticing, and I take a lot of pride in that. So thank you, Mr. Chair. That's really all I have.
Thanks, Mr. Bartlett. Are there any questions or comments for Mr. Bartlett? Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to general public comment, and this is our first public comment. And if you're here to comment on a specific agenda item, we'd ask that you hold off until that agenda item actually comes up. This is for items that are not on the agenda. Let's see, public comments for consent agenda are item 12 on the agenda, and public comments for the two discussion items will be after that. We have a 3-minute period for public comments. You'll see the timer up on the wall. Rosie will keep time. And Rosie, I'll let you go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll start with Eric Eichenberg, followed by Newton Cook.
Good morning. It's great to see you all. On behalf of the Everglades Foundation, welcome to Miami. I want to welcome you all, but also to express our sincere gratitude to each of you, to this board, for your commitment to Everglades restoration. Drew just mentioned the momentum that's at hand, and he's exactly right. I've had the privilege in the last number of weeks to speak to a number of chambers of commerce, business organizations, visit with countless realtors around the 16-county Water Management District, and the momentum is real. People are following what is happening. They're seeing the great work, and it's because of this board. It's because of your dedication, your time, your commitment to this cause. But we recall when the governor in his inaugural address, he said that, quote, "We will fight to restore our Everglades, and we will never, ever quit." The governor has followed through on his commitment to the Everglades, and I was privileged to be with Chairman Goss, Vice Chair Wagner, when the governor announced that almost $1 billion commitment to the environment, and $660 million for Everglades restoration. What a number. What a commitment. And working now with the Florida legislature to make that possible. It's another chapter in this story, but this story has been elevated during this time of this board, and we're grateful for that. Over the past 20 years, Everglades restoration has been a collaboration between local, state, and the federal government to ensure the successful implementation of the largest ecosystem restoration project in the world. This will benefit the 9 million of us here in South Florida that rely upon the Everglades for drinking water, and countless tourists. Florida's economy runs on clean water. It's important for our future, and it's important to keep this momentum as we move along. I'll say, too, the items that you're considering today are important for the continued efforts. The Everglades Foundation fully supports the district's pursuit of additional treatment north of Lake Okeechobee. Treating polluted water before it enters the lake and is sent south or discharged east or west only benefits the ecosystem as a whole. We also support making sure lands purchased for Everglades restoration are used for restoration purposes before being surplus. So we appreciate the district's efforts to protect the land it's owned. And finally, it's imperative that we continue this pressure to have the EAA reservoir become a reality. And this board has led on that. And as Drew was talking, I'm just reminded as we close out 2021, from the signing on Earth Day of the EAA reservoir to the Kissimmee River restoration, to the removal of the old Tamiami Trail, to the C-44, to that historic budget request, it's been a tremendous 2021. Look forward to next year, and Merry Christmas to you all.
Thank you, Mr. Eichenberg. Newton Cook is our next public commenter, followed by Alberto Aran.
Yeah, I like that buzzer. Yeah, see there?
Microwave oven
Oh,
going.
boy. First of all, I want to be sure to invite everybody next Monday night to the recreation meeting that we have at the offices, 5 o'clock. I always make sure we're out at 8. I don't think we've ever missed it but once in 10 years. It's on Zoom and also in person. And we have a really great presentation. Out at Dupree, there's been a long program on the red-cockaded woodpecker. And we're getting a presentation on the progress that's being made in increasing the number of those birds which are in danger. I want to also reiterate the appreciation of the Governor DeSantis' money. I mean, we live on the money. We might not like that, but that's the way it is here. And that's a fantastic appropriation that's been made towards this project. And it's very much appreciated by those of us who recreate on the properties from Orlando all the way to the south. I want to thank Jim Harbaugh and Dan and Steve for helping us put together the Wounded Warrior hunts on the SDAs. And also put a sign up yesterday to keep people from missing a turn and driving 20 miles down the levee in the dark in the morning when they go hunting on West DA 1 West. Without the staff, we just couldn't do anything out there, and it's just really appreciated. We do have a problem. The Wounded Warrior hunt and the youth hunts last year on SDA 1 West, we used sail to be, and it was beautiful. I mean, I think some people I know here hunted on that sail. And went out there yesterday, and it's solid cattails, wall to wall. We can't use it. And I've been lobbying to use that sail for 3 months, because who knew? But we have found that the front sail along 880 is open, and I hope that between the SDA managers and staff, that sail's always been hunted. It's just closed now because of the construction. And we also found a way off of 880 onto the road that does not conflict with the construction. And I'm sure the contractor has always been very cooperative and will help us for the 3 Saturdays, 2 Saturdays in January and in February the 13th. We need help on getting these people. Wounded Warriors, you can't put them through pushing through cattails and all that. You got to have a spot where you can just put them in the water. And that's why it's so important that we do this work in advance. And it's very much appreciated because, again, without the staff, it couldn't happen. Again, thank you for mentioning north of the lake. I don't think I have to tell you, I've been screaming and hollering here for 15 years that if we don't put clean water into the lake, guess what? It's going to be dirty water going out every direction that we put it, east, west, south. And God bless this group has done that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Alberto
Gotta get one of
Around,
those.
followed by Laura Reynolds.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alberto Aran from the Watershed Action Lab, and I've had the chance to speak with some of you over the past couple months. And I just want to start by saying thank you for opening this up to Zoom and the general public to really come in and connect and hear this space for discussion. It's been so valuable to hear all the different perspectives from each community and really connect and see the bigger picture and how that effort is moving forward to be able to face the reality as it is, as opposed to having this intense tension. So I appreciate that conversation. I appreciate the discussion that's happening here, and it's been very valuable for myself and I think for the general public to really get behind what we're doing here. So I was raised here in Miami, spearfishing, shrimping, diving, doing Boy Scouts. And so I've been connected to Biscayne Bay for a long time. And I just wanted to come here and kind of give a little picture of Biscayne Bay. I know that often Biscayne Bay is not talked about that much in everything that we're doing. Biscayne Bay is one of the estuaries where all the water has been sucked out in order that we could drain it and so that we could live here. And at the same time, that has had tremendous effects as well. So, my hope is that we continue to push forward water quality first, as you all know. And I hope that we can start to bring in some of that water quantity into the bay to help us with saltwater intrusion for property values so we can help create natural solutions here within the bay and build more resiliency, and that we can, be able to partner as a community. The Miami-Dade community and the Biscayne Bay community has a lot to offer. And, I know that we haven't been a big part of the conversation. And I hope that we can have the space and time to hear each other out and hear where everyone's coming from and be able to do this together. So thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Aran. Laura Reynolds.
Thank you. Laura Reynolds, representing the town of Cutler Bay and Friends of Biscayne Bay. And first, I want to thank all of you for putting Biscayne Bay on the agenda and coming to Miami, because it is very important. So I echo Tico's comments of having that conversation about Biscayne Bay. For the town of Cutler Bay, your commitment to restoration represents our resiliency. We are literally at ground zero for the effects of sea level rise. And so your commitment to restoring Biscayne Bay and to restoring the southern end of the system is our home values, is our economy. And so I implore you for having that commitment, for being here, and for your resolution to protect land, not to surplus land. That's a big shift, and I really appreciate that. That represents water quality, and that represents the economy of the fishermen and for tourism for the Southeast. So I will comment also on item number 30 with more detail, but I just wanted to open it up and say thank you and welcome to Miami. And I appreciated all the time in meeting with you over the last month. And I look forward to continued discussions on item 30. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Mr. Chairman, I do not have any more public comment cards.
Thanks, Rosie, and thank you all very much for your comments. We'll go to a board member comment now. I'll start over with Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple things. Right after our meeting last month, got to go tour the Lightsey family's ranch, Mr. Kerry Lightsey, and a couple of staff members, and see their cattle operation, and get to see the infamous Brahma Island. If you ever get the chance, take it up. That is a neat chance, and see how cattle and buffalo maintain the land. So kind of a unique and special thing. Drew hit on the C-44. I'm sure everybody else will hit on the C-44. Jackie, I expect to hear some C-44 comments. I was excited that we got to get the fireworks. When that pump turned on, it took 20 minutes to get the fireworks, but it was worth waiting for. Yeah, that was a pretty good explosion, and that was exciting to see that project finally come to fruition. So the only other thing, I came down early yesterday, toured Homestead a little bit, saw the farming, saw a lot of crops going in the ground, a lot of work happening down there. This is the winter time, and this is when they get their competitive advantage as farmers down in Homestead, and met with Mr. Sam Accurzio and John Alger, and heard some of their concerns. Sam, let's see, John is putting in John's putting in sweet corn and snap beans, and Sam is going to put in this winter squash, cucumbers, pickling cucumbers. He reminds me of that. Zucchini, okra, and green beans. All pretty important vegetables and important crops. But two concerns they have. Sam's with the curtain wall. He really would like to see that curtain wall extended down from the 8.5 square mile, and the benefits that it seems like that would be kind of it's just money that's holding it back. I don't think there's any other issues really holding that curtain wall back. And then Mr. Alger, of course, he voiced his concern with trying to maintain the drawdown with winter and spring, and and I know I don't know all the issues, but I know enough to know that that is a complicated one when it comes talking BBC and the other Biscayne Bay programs, and but I think that that drawdown is pretty important to being able to farm there. When we talk resiliency, we've in Mitnick's report we hear about the S-190. What's the southernmost structure? S-199, 197, 199. Seven. I didn't get to see 197 yesterday, but I got to see, was it C-18? C-18, which is a structure that I've never heard of. It's a couple miles, it's probably 5 miles north of S-197. We drove down to it, and that structure is pretty important to holding back saltwater intrusion, allowing for some irrigation, but also allowing for drainage and flood control. And Mr. Curzio talked about some of the instances just in a 5 or 6 inch, a super winter rain and what it can do for the fields down there. But by the next day, the water could be off the land if the gates get open. But he's lost the crop. I think Mr. Alger's already lost a crop of about 40 acres of potatoes this year. It's farming. That's what happens. We can't control Mother Nature. But I do think going forward, resiliency, there may be some things we have to do with pump stations or something like that, just to keep that salt water from coming back up and providing the flood protection. With that, that's my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So nice to see so many familiar faces. And I want to keep encouraging the chairman to continue moving these meetings around. This is really important, and you just heard it from Ben, how he was able to go down to South Dade and meet with the farmers down there, and so we can all kind of touch and actually feel the different areas of our district. I also want to take the time to say thank you to some of the people that are here that keep our county somewhat in order. Mr. Lee Hefty, he's incredible. He's so important to our county. Lee, thank you so much for the many years. I think he's been in Durham like before I was born, like a long, long time. But he's very, very important. Sean, thank you for everything that you do and everything that the mayor does. Thank you so much. And of course, our water princess, Ms. Irela Bagué. Thank you all for what you're doing and making sure that everything in Biscayne Bay and the things in Dade County become in the forefront. J.C. Bermudez is gone. That guy is a foundation in this city. He actually is the first mayor since the city of Doral was established. He's a very soft-spoken man, but a great leader that he has been, especially to this city. He's been the mayor. I think he took a little hiatus for a couple of years, and like Al Pacino, they just brought him right back, and they said, no, come back, we need you. And so thank you to JC for hosting us. Most of all, I'm so happy and encouraged when I see my boy Tico Aran come here and speak before us. I know him as Tico. He presented himself as Alberto Aran. I've seen him basically grow up since he was born, and now the things that he's doing out in Biscayne Bay with the oyster is really, really encouraging and makes me smile. So thank you all again for being here and coming down to Miami.
Thanks, Mr. Martinez. Ms. Meads?
So when we were in Okeechobee, I always say something a little stupid, I'm sure, but one of the things that I said is that one of these days I wanted to live in Okeechobee, that it reminded me of my hometown. And we left that meeting, and my husband and I had to buy a house. Yeah, that's right. Sit back, get comfortable. Here it comes. My husband and I had to buy a house in my hometown. I've never owned a home in my hometown in North Carolina. And I left that meeting. You're not going to believe this story. I left that meeting and drove all the way up to North Carolina. We needed the house because my family is getting old and needs some help along the way. So we needed a place to stay if we had to stay for 3 weeks or more. And I got to this house that we bought that I had never seen, sight unseen, I swear. My husband had seen it. And we got there, and a guy told me that the neighbor was from Florida. It is my understanding, I'm going to call him sometime this week, I am now the neighbor of Wes Williamson's family. And look, the scientists in the room, what is the probability that Wes Williamson's sister lives beside me 15 hours from here, and she is my next door neighbor? I haven't met her yet, but I'm really excited about that. Life is so much fun, isn't it? The other thing is I woke up this morning excited to be in the free state of Florida for this holiday. I'm thankful for all of the things that we've gone through together, and I don't know what's happening with the virus. I guess it'll take a long time to find out, but if you're like me, I am going into this holiday very, very joyful. My community seems healthy. Your community, I think, is very healthy, and it's a great opportunity to enjoy our family. And finally, I went out on the bay a couple of times this week, and I was looking at derelict vessels and the impact that they have on seagrass and some other things, but I wasn't fishing. And but I want to report on seagrass. Lawrence, honestly, I have never seen patches of seagrass that were that beautiful once you get back off of the derelict vessels. So beautiful, not covered in muck, not half dead. It looked like a golf course full of zoysia grass that was just waving back and forth. And as the flat bottom boat is going along to the next vessel, I'm all bent over, just full of joy that this has been such a great, super great year for the Florida Bay. And I'm grateful to staff and to scientists and stakeholders and to God and the water and everything that brought that to us. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Meads. Mr. Lipich?
Ms. Meads, that's so amazing that you're living next door to the Williamsons. That's cool. Great. I have a few things. First of all, it is wonderful to be here in South Florida, in Miami-Dade County. Such a history, such an amazing place where so many things come together. And thank you to Mayor Levine Cava and Mayor Bermudez for your welcome, and for all the other elected officials and the public. It is very special to be in this place. I wanted to mention off the bat, I did go on a field trip. It's been a while, and I went on the field trip of field trips, I'm telling you. So I wanted to see the Fakahatchee lands that we've been slowly acquiring. You might remember this map that like showed these lands that they're right next to Big Cypress Basin. So I thought like, okay, you know, I'm gonna go down there. I'm good with it. I'll be like on a road and I'll like look through the bushes and I'll see where those pieces of land are and I'll kind of know because I think it's really important. Well, when you're on the South Florida Water Management District Board, that is not what happens. They don't have you look through the bushes. They have you get the whole deal. So there was one of these giant, what are they called? Those vehicles? A swamp buggy. And Thaddeus was guiding us. And Miss Weaver was with us, and Stephen Collins and Stephen Coughlin. And I am telling you, the water was deep. I think 3 feet, 3.5 feet, I don't know. And I'm just praying to God, I'm like, please, this thing doesn't like come down, you know, fall over, because we're like going in these holes and it's like, woo, woo. And and then Thaddeus would go, okay, we're at this one, Mr. Lilipish, do you see this? And I mean, they had it marked off with ribbons, with red ribbons. And so they had done that work the day before. And I want to tell you that it was the education of a lifetime. It was more than I expected. It was fantastic. I also learned, which I didn't understand in the beginning, that those lands will have water on them right next to Big Cypress Basin. And Miss Weaver saw a panther. She saw a panther. The rest of us saw a bunch of alligators. So I want to go back and maybe see a panther. But this was really something. And while I was that way, I went to Big Cypress Basin because I'm really ignorant of it, basically. I'm fascinated with the idea that it's not part of the Central and South Florida system, and they have a different millage rate, and sometimes people want to get in it. So I wanted to understand that, or get out of it, mostly get in it, because it's a lower rate. And I was welcomed by Lisa Kohler and Andrew Wolf and Commissioner Penny Taylor. And it was just really a great education to see the area in general. And I have to say, it was spotless. I don't know what you all do over there, but there was no trash. Everything was like all shiny and beautiful, like at the stations. And I would say, oh, is this new? And they're like, oh, no, it's 40 years old. And they just they keep everything. It was pride of ownership.
Do you know who their chair is?
No, that's why. Nobody messes with Charlotte.
It was phenomenal. The colonel was doing her job. I mean, it was really something. It was everything I hoped it would be as far as my journey, my trip, and driving on Tamiami Trail and all of that. I mean, it's just incredible, and all the panther signs. I really hope we can continue to do more for the panther as an umbrella species, because then we can protect everything, and that is more land acquisition and protecting the lands that we have, because that is so important. And Governor DeSantis has been very helpful in helping us attain our goals. The C-44 ribbon cutting was historic, and I commend all those who got us there. Lieutenant Colonel Polk did a great job leading the show, and Chauncey, thank you for your comments, and Colonel Booth did a great job too. I have something, and I always give these things in public because I know I'd be arrested otherwise. I wanted they cut us. They didn't do the whole thing. My mother said, Jackie, they only put half your face on the front page. I said, Mom, you have to realize I'm lucky I got on the front page at all. So Charlotte is on here. So I wanted to give her a copy of the paper. And all of us were there, but that's where they honed in. Because it was close to the colonel and Ms. Nunez, right with Governor DeSantis, Lieutenant Governor. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Also, I attended the Indian River Lagoon South National Estuary Program. I sit on that board. They're doing amazing things with mapping. They're working with FDEP on improving real-time mapping, which I had not understood until I asked more questions and fumbled a bit. And it's really impressive. And, you know, they're really suffering. And it's hard to understand the Indian River Lagoon because it's 153 miles or 156 miles. I'm down in Martin County at the bottom of the lagoon, in the southern lagoon, but you have the whole northern lagoon. And all the manatee deaths, or many of the manatee deaths, have taken place up there. And now they're talking about feeding the manatees. I mean, talk about historic feeding an endangered species. I support it. I'm just saying that we are in new times, and isn't it wonderful that we're agreeing to support God's creatures and to do everything to help that we can. The key here for all of us is water quality. It's water quality, and so I'm glad that we continue to work on that, and thank you to Governor DeSantis for helping us with that. And we have to be stricter with source pollution. Even though it's considered non-point source pollution, we have to figure out how to be stricter in our residential communities, in our commercial communities, in our agricultural communities. We have to deal with the nitrogen and phosphorus pollution. I also attended the County Coalition, which I attended in Okeechobee. That's a great meeting. They have great presentations from the Army Corps and the South Florida Water Management District because they're done over time. This time, Jennifer Reynolds presented on ASR wells, and I'm telling you what, she did such a great job and was so straight about everything. I mean, I said this to Drew when I saw him before. So, you know, for some of us, the ASR wells were kind of like, oh my gosh, but we realize we're doing these. We have to do these. It's storage north of the lake. We're going to do them. But we all worry a little bit just because it's intense. And Ms. Reynolds was, you know, just totally talking about all of the science that has to be done, all of the safety measures to make sure that when the water goes in the ground and when it comes out, it doesn't hurt the little creatures, she said, so it doesn't hurt the little creatures we're trying to save. And I just thought that was a wonderful thing to say, Ms. Reynolds. And those kind of words might not be something I would have heard of years ago from a South Florida Water Management District scientist. But I think those are really important words about saving God's creatures and making sure we don't hurt anything. We don't want to hurt anything as we try to help. So thank you for a great job. And Scott and Charlie, I'm jealous that you get to live down here. If we weren't, you know, if sunshine violations weren't in trouble, I'd make you take me for a drink. It looks really fun down here. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Olovich. Vice Chair.
We can take you for a drink, but we have to invite the rest of the state of Florida with us.
That might be good.
I regret that I was not able to attend the C44 event. I was in New England on an annual sort of trip that we do the weekend before Thanksgiving. And so unfortunately, I wasn't able to make the C44. And every time I'm in New England, I'm sort of reminded, I always thought sort of less of Florida in terms of it being not as history rich as some of the New England states and some of the cool historical, you know, constitutional stuff that went on. But until I served on this board, I didn't realize I was missing something. You know, Florida is one of these places that may not have sort of these historical, I mean, we certainly do, but where we are incredibly rich is in the environment. We have an environmental history that is starting to become, I think, more understood, starting to become more popular, starting to become exciting. I think that has been recognized by our governor, who has, as people have noted today, earlier, you can want to drive somewhere, you can be told to go somewhere, you can have the intent to go somewhere, but if your car is not filled up with gas, you're not getting there. And the governor has made it a priority to fill our car up with gas. And we are capable of now taking it further and farther and doing more than has ever been done. And it's a really exciting time. I wanted to point out, I think Charlie mentioned a few folks here in Miami-Dade, but what we do here is obviously, and we talked about this, I think, with LOSIM, but it is really encouraging to see local, state, federal, tribal citizens of all, come together on this water thing and do what we do on every day. I mean, we come here once a month, but this stuff is just every day. Everybody's day is full with responsibilities. There are some faces in the crowd. I think Charlie correctly acknowledged Irela and Lee Hefty, who are sitting here. Lee's like he's going to be on the if Durham had a coin, I think Lee's face would be on one side of the coin for sure. And I think Irela's going to have to change her last name from Begay to Babay. And I think that's probably appropriate at this point. I did have the pleasure of meeting with Tico on the and learning more about what he's doing in Biscayne Bay, and I think that's just, you start to see people come together. But there are some others that Sean is here as well. I know he's sitting there on behalf of the mayor and the mayor's office, and how important and that you all have been at really elevating the water issue. It does seem like we have more alignment and momentum and congruent efforts on behalf of a bunch of state agencies. There doesn't seem to be too much friction. They're local, the state, the federal. Everybody seems to be aligned. And I just wanted to mention a few others in the room who are Miami-Dade people. Eric Eichenberg, who spoke before Everglades Foundation. I'm sure he's happy the meeting here in Miami-Dade today. Adam Gelber in the crowd, a neighbor of mine on Miami Beach, and constant efforts on behalf of the government to do the right thing and to be here and to support us. Armando Villaboy, who's really our local yokel here at the district, who does everything great done here in Miami-Dade County. I wanted to make one other note about some issues that have come up. Obviously, Biscayne Bay, Miami-Dade, and so we're going to talk about Biscayne Bay a little bit, being at the where we are right now. And I do think these meetings are important, not only to rotate in terms of the district to get out there, but also you go to these places, you highlight the issues that are important to those particular areas. You get a real good feel for it. Recently, we have had, and it seems like, issues on the Little River in Miami that really runs from Hialeah and out west, down on a diagonal and then out east and into Biscayne Bay. And we have booms that are set up to collect, unfortunately, the trash that ends up in that river. And the good news is the booms work. The bad news is how much trash is collected in those booms. And this is an example of citizens and people and agencies coming together. I mean, frankly, we have had notice in the past of these issues. We have tried to up our rounds to, clean out this boom area. I mean, unfortunately, not only did we up and quadruple our efforts, I think, to do this, but even doing so just recently, only 4 or 5 days after the last cleanup, we get a picture, and you get a picture from from concerned people, and you know what? You look at the picture, and it looks disgusting. You go, oh my God! So pick up the phone. We're trying to work with everybody to figure out, and you learn that this is only 5 days worth of stuff. Now, sometimes this is because a rain comes and it hadn't rained in a while and whatnot. But one of the most important things, I mean, we can clean it up. We can clean it up, we can continue to clean it up. We can try to identify where it's coming from. We've considered putting in booms a little further upstream to kind of isolate. Is it coming from upstream? Is it coming from, where is it coming from? That's number one. Number two, how frequently do we need to clean it out? But number three is, I think it's the most important thing. People need to know, the general public needs to know, if it goes on the ground, it ends up in the water. It's just, that goes from dog waste to something you drop on the side. When the rains come, they pick it up, they wash it down, it goes in the drains, it goes out, and it ends up in your water. And I think that most people don't realize that. I don't think that many people make that connection of if you drop it on the ground, it goes in the water, it's going to end up in your water. And I think that if we can simply push that out on an education piece publicly to people, and they make that connection, I think they will be hesitant or be more conscious about, oh my God, if I put this on the ground, it's going to end up in the water. Because the pictures are gross. I mean, when you see the pictures, they're gross.
What are we finding in the water? I mean, what kind of things are you talking about?
You name it. I mean, you could go through. It's like a Where's Waldo in the pictures. There are couches, and there's like, it's just trash. I mean, it's all kinds of trash. It's general stuff. I mean, some stuff is clear. Somebody has dumped something in the river at some point. Okay, that's clear. That's an intentional dumping. I mean, obviously, a rain is not carrying a couch down to the river. Okay, but all the other stuff. So that's intentional, right? I mean, you don't know where it's coming from. You don't know who's doing it. We try to be vigilant about it. We try to engage municipalities. We try to work with a bunch of the upstream municipalities, and I think there's starting to become some alignment. Understanding what's happening and where it goes and the effects of it, and trying to get a variety of different municipalities working together. Unfortunately, a lot of them, they don't talk, but sort of fostering that helps. But there's a bunch of stuff that's in the river that just somebody dropped on the ground. Somebody dropped something on the ground. Somebody dropped something here. Somebody put something down over there. I do honestly think that if people did have that connection and they were conscious of the fact that, like, in a few days when it rains, all this stuff is going to end up in Little River, they would stop doing it. And so I think, there's an opportunity to educate, but I just want to thank everybody in this room who's been conscious and fighting for these issues and raising them, and including Charlie, who's been a real advocate for Biscayne Bay, and congratulations on your appointment. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Chair Wagner. Colonel Roman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. To follow up on your comments, Scott, I think that what you're observing may be a characteristic of a larger issue. I mean, after all, we look to our oceans to be the dumping ground, and it just translates from there to the local level. And in some cases, it's intentional. In some cases, it's not. But I think that, every now and then you read a story where they're pulling a car out of a canal, that's been there. And if it was full of gasoline and oil and everything else, you've got those pollutants that are in the water system. And I think that it goes back to a point where people don't realize there's a finite amount of water on Earth, and it's the same water. And when you think about that, it's really scary, that those that experience the trash and everything else. And then, we're drinking the same water, but we clean it up, but it's the same water. But anyways, those are my thoughts on that. I just wanted to share that. And I wanted to thank the city of Doral for their hospitality, and also the county of Miami-Dade. It's really great to be here, and it's great to be in Arella Bagay's neighborhood. Irela reached out to me soon after I was a board member, and we got to spend some time at the Everglades Coalition Conference, and it was great for her to share her thoughts and ideas with me at that time, and it's great to see her in a new position and put the focus on Biscayne Bay, and I'm very, very, very happy about that. And it's wonderful to meet the mayor of Doral today and the mayor's office and all the other officials that I haven't met before. So thank you very much for introducing yourselves and making acquaintance. I really appreciate that. Jackie, I really want to thank you for visiting the Big Cypress Basin. Soon after we were board members, Jackie says, I'm going to get over there to see what's going on in that Big Cypress Basin. And COVID put a little delay in the whole visit, but she ended up getting there and spending a few hours with Lisa Keeler, the basin administrator, and Andrew Wolf, our field station supervisor, and the rest of the team. And I'm just so thankful that you took the time to learn a little bit about the Big Cypress Basin. But I can assure you, Scott, that I don't keep anybody straight. They keep me straight over there. And with the Big Cypress Basin Board, we have a lot to keep up with, and I couldn't do it without all of those individuals together. Jackie, thanks for the copy of the newspaper. That was quite a morning coffee to note that after the C-44 event, which was incredible. It was in the middle of nowhere, I have to admit. My directions weren't that good. It took me a little longer than normal, but I wouldn't have missed it for the world. I was just happy that I got there on time and got to share that event for all of those that could make it, because that was huge. And I'm so proud to have been a part of that. And since our last board meeting, I wanted to share this with the board. Since the last board meeting, I've had the opportunity to have a few public engagement opportunities, some speaking engagements, and I wanted to share an experience that I had and with you, because I think you're also a part of it, and I think sometimes we get so busy and we're working so hard that we really don't see what maybe some of the citizens are feeling. So I was given this presentation, and I was just going along, and I just matter-of-factly stated that this board has seen either groundbreaking, significant milestones, or completions of 37 Everglades restoration efforts. And I just kept going. All right, I just kept going. They burst out in spontaneous applause. I didn't know what to do. I mean, it was like I was, giving my comments, explaining this water management district, this trying to explain this huge, complicated thing. And I mentioned that and to show some progress that we've made, and I had to stop speaking because they were so loud in their applause for this board and this district who have put this together and with the governor's leadership to get this momentum going. So I didn't know what to do. So, I finished that particular event, but then I'm off on my merry way with another public engagement and another one, and it happened again and again. So the citizens out there, and this is on the West Coast, all right? The folks that are learning more and more about Everglades restoration and how the system works and how the system is connected and how important the Everglades are to our water and water quality. These are folks that are average citizens wanting to learn, wanting to be engaged, and they're erupting in spontaneous applause. So I wanted to share that with you because sometimes we get off going and working hard, and I know our staff is working hard and everybody's going a mile a minute, and we're wondering if we'll ever get out from under all of this, but please enjoy that because it's meant in the spirit of which it's intended. They really appreciate what we're doing, and they're excited. And so that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Well, thanks very much for sharing that.
Colonel Roman, may I suggest that next time that happens, if I were you, I would stand up and say Colonel out and just do a mic drop and walk away.
At least it wasn't booze, right?
So where were we? Where was I? I'd like to thank very much the City of Doral for hosting us today, and Miami-Dade for having us down here, and Mayor Bermudez and the council. This is a great chamber, and your staff, I know, has worked really hard to make this all happen, and we sincerely appreciate it. And Charlie, I do want to keep taking these shows on the road as much as we can and as much as staff can handle it, because I think it's important. It's nice to be able to hear from everyone. One thing I do want to say is that Miami-Dade is huge, but you guys have got two incredible representatives on this board. You've got Charlie Martinez and Scott Wagner, and then you've got Armando and his team as representatives, and that matters a lot because it's a big area. You've got a lot of diverse interest here, and these guys all do, and I say guys because they're all guys, I think. I don't know about Armando's team, but everyone does an incredible job. So I thank you all for doing that and making the district look good. I had the opportunity to go down to the JB Ranch, which is, I don't know if it's the furthest south ranch in the state, but it's certainly one of them. It's south of Immokalee. It's a 10,000-acre ranch, and the owners, Lisa and Russ Pretty, took me around on Monday and showed me the ranch and the cattle operation and everything else they do there. And it was really fascinating because I've seen the ranches up north, and this is the first time I've seen one down south, and it's interesting, a little different, but not a whole lot different. A lot of the same issues. One of the things they told me, which I thought was sort of interesting, was they filmed a recent version of the show Naked and Afraid there. And I don't know if you've ever seen that. It's PG-13, but they block stuff out. So what's interesting is I think the version was called Alligator Alley. And so, you get everyone all thinking, oh gosh, it's going to be down in the Florida swamps. It's going to be all about alligators. And the thing that I think ran the people off were mosquitoes. And it was in July. You can let your imagination go from there. But anyway, I want to follow up on something. Drew stole a lot of my comments on the last month, just the progress, the momentum we have, and Eric Eichenberg touched a little bit on taking that out and expanding it to the last year, and think about all the things that we have done since we were here, a year ago, talking about, sort of the end of the year, the last meeting of the year. What have we done? Last year was tough. It was COVID, but it sure didn't slow anyone down. This year, we're recovering from COVID. We all of a sudden have inflation. We've got commodities prices increasing. We've got some new challenges, some new things we're dealing with, construction costs going up. But again, it's not slowing us down. We continue to have incredible momentum, and that of course goes to having that full gas tank that Scott alluded to, that the governor has given us, and the incredible budget request that he had this year for us, and that's going to help us move forward. But I think something that gets lost a little bit on us and up here on the dais, it's we come to these meetings and we do our work and all, but it's pretty easy for us to come up here and sort of go, oh, that was a really great event, and it's a lot of fun for us. We show up, but I don't think it's lost on any of us how much work goes into all of this. It's not easy. It's incredibly complex. I could not imagine building the C-44 reservoir. I mean, just how you do that. So I just want to tip my hat not only to our staff, who is just incredible, but also to the sister agency staffs that we work with. We're working closely with the Corps of Engineers. We're working closely with DEP, with FWC, with FDACS. I mean, there's with the Miami-Durham. I mean, everybody coming together to sort of make all this happen, and it's so that we can have these ribbon cuttings and keep the momentum going. So as we're getting ready for the holiday season, I just want to say to our staff and to our sister agency staffs, I hope you get some chance to spend time with loved ones and relax a little bit, because next year we're going to turn it back up and keep the momentum going. So now we're going to move to consent agendas. And if there any board member who wants to move any consent agenda to discussion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move item number 14 to the discussion agenda.
Okay. Anything else? And is there public comment on consent?
Mr. Chairman, we did have a public comment on item 14, so I'll just move that to discussion with the item.
Perfect. All right. Let's go ahead and have a motion on everything except 14.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve everything except on the consent agenda except 14.
Second.
Great. A motion second. Further discussion? Seeing none. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Mead?
Yes.
Mr. Lipich?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Vice Chair?
Yes.
And Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Thanks. All right, now I realize I sort of blow this every time. Are we supposed to go to discussion now, or am I supposed to go to technical reports?
You can take up that
Yeah,
item.
let's do that because people, especially if people are here in the audience, to have that. So item 14. Colonel Roman, you want to start with your comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason I asked to pull this off the consent is because there's been some new information that has come up and some stakeholders that have reached out to me as late as yesterday evening. The clarification that I'm looking for from staff is how the two access easements that to Corkscrew Road for public access and maintenance to crew lands is going to be addressed. And the other question is, are we really reducing the amount of crew lands by 20 acres in this swap? And those are the questions that I would like to have the staff address.
Mr. Collins, you want to?
Good morning, Chairman Goss, Board. Can you hear me? Okay. My understanding is the easements are going to remain in place. They are not going to be extinguished as a result of this transaction, but I can confirm that for you. And I'm not sure, we're not redefining the boundaries of the crew area, so I'm not sure that we're losing 20 acres of crew.
You know, this area is very important. Southern crew is going to be very important to maybe in the future when we address some of those issues in South Lee County. And there's a concern that the swap is for 20 acres of crew land for a parcel that's outside of crew. Can you confirm that, or?
All the parcels that we're getting are inside of crew. They're not in southern crew, but they're inside of crew. The 95 acres we're getting.
So they are actually crew lands.
Yes.
Okay.
Owned by Lee County, correct?
Pardon me?
Owned by Lee County?
Owned by Lee
Okay.
County.
Is
yes.
that where
Yeah.
the distinction? I'm wondering where.
Yes, well, there was a question
talking
that was
past each
raised
other.
by stakeholders on whether or not the land that we were swapping was in the crew area as well, and particularly those easements. So that's clarification that I need, Stephen, if you have it.
I need to confirm that the easements are going to be remaining in place. My understanding is they were,
Okay.
and the map indicates that there are easements in place.
Okay.
What is the difference between the southern crew area and the crew area? And is the 20 acres of land in the southern crew area, or are both outside the?
They're both outside the crew. They're both outside southern crew.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Can I ask one more question on this? This is more of a general question about surplusing lands and selling or transferring, in this case, swapping. Are we required by statute to go through our own lands, the lands we own, and figure out on a regular basis which we should be surplusing? Is that something that is required of us, or is it something we merely do so that we're not sitting on land we think may be less useful to us than originally thought, or something like that?
I'm not aware of any statutory requirement that we review surplus lands on a periodic basis.
Okay. From a procedural standpoint, though, do we do that?
Yes, we do.
I mean, and how are we constantly sort of doing that, or is it? How does that? I'm just curious generally. I mean, I think it's important because there's a couple issues that have come up recently with surplus. And I'm just curious how that process is I mean, there's a lot of land out there and a lot we own. And how does that, just generally speaking, I think it's important to know kind of how that goes down.
And
There was an effort, probably, 5-6 years ago?
2013.
2013. Okay, there was an effort in 2013 where they went through all the lands we had and identified ones for potential surplus. We had a workshop, it was a while ago,
Yeah.
right? And we went through them.
I do remember that. I remember, I think Jackie may have brought it to the fore, getting the map with all the
Right.
coded plots and whatnot.
Yeah, and so that, obviously there's no SERP lands or anything that are on that list, but so if we ever went forward with an idea to surplus something, obviously we can't do that without board approval. So it would be full discussion. If this board is interested, we can revisit that and look through all of it again at some point.
It seems that there tends to be a recurring trigger when we surplus lands now with an idea that continues to kind of rise, which has to do with, well, what if, and then it's kind of like a little bit of a speculative question, but what if that land becomes the key to the kingdom down the road and we don't know it and we surplused it and sold it? And so I think that's kind of where a lot of the tension, at least or nervousness maybe, from stakeholders come in. And then, really, I mean, as we sit up here on the board, I wouldn't want to be in a situation where I said, oh my God, we surplused land, we sold it, and now we really need it, for something down the road. But I guess that's just kind of the nature of the beast, right? You're selling things.
On here. Okay, so I mean, you would absolutely know if there was an effort to surplus land that had any kind of value. Most of the stuff that we have might be a canal easement or something like that that's right in the middle of a neighborhood. We're never going to build a canal there. So.
Okay. Yeah. No, it was really more of a general, not really to 14, but I think a little more generally because.
So bringing us back to 14, Charlotte, do you still have questions on this?
No, I think
If you do, I'm happy to hold. We can table it if you want to spend a month getting to understand it better.
Why
A
don't you
month
give
and
me
a half.
the ability to confirm the easement's going to remain in place, and we can take it up for a vote after this afternoon.
Okay, that's, yes, and you confirmed that there's no reduction in crew land, so that was an important piece as well.
We're not redefining the boundary or anything for crew.
Okay.
Are we on?
Great, I'm satisfied with that, Chair.
Are we on a timetable to close this? I mean, I guess what I'm saying is if Charlotte wanted some time.
I think if he confirms the easements,
If he can confirm by this afternoon,
yeah, we should be good.
We'll take this back up this afternoon. In the meantime, if we have public comment now, I'd be happy to hear the public.
We do, Mr. Chairman. Kelly Cox, you're recognized to speak.
Thanks, Stephen.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kelly Cox. I'm the Director of Everglades Policy with Audubon, Florida. Audubon, Florida is really invested in the health of the Western Everglades. As many of you know, we have our Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary out there, and we are working to protect this area and the hydrology of the region. The CREW project covers thousands of acres, and it provides a lot of meaningful benefits to our environment out there, including water treatment and aquifer recharge. And the district primarily is responsible for managing these lands, although it is a joint management partnership. So that's why this item is particularly interesting to us at Audubon. Lee County is expanding Corkscrew Road and is requiring a district parcel for stormwater retention in order to build that road project. And our understanding is that Lee County is giving the district 96 acres in exchange for the retention ditch area. But these lands are already managed under CREW, so this functionally, in our view, seems to be like a net loss of conservation lands in the area. And we would appreciate certainly additional clarification on that, and I appreciate both of your questions on this. And I'll pose a few more. Namely, is this the only viable location for this stormwater project for the roadway expansion? It's very near an important wildlife crossing for black bears and panthers in the area, and that's something that we have concerns about. And if it is, can we consider additional conditions in the agreement to address this potential land loss, particularly stipulations on the easements would be great. We aren't necessarily opposed to this project, but we would ask that this board consider tabling this item and thinking about it a little more and having some further discussion on it. We certainly don't want to set a precedent for net loss on conservation lands for deals like this in the future. Thank you so much.
Are we able to ask, can I ask this, a question? I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Kelly Cox.
Ms. Cox, apologies for that. If the easements are there, remain, are you okay? Are you guys okay? Feel better about the project as proposed in 14?
Yeah, I think we would feel better about it. We would certainly like to see it in writing and stipulated too, but that, is something that we have concerns about.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ms. Solovich?
Ms. Cox?
Sure.
When I was on that field trip, Fakahatchee and Big Cypress Basin, they brought up the crew lands quite a bit because there's so many lands out there. And it came up, I'm just trying to make, if there is a connection here. I was told that wood storks were getting hit by cars because of a road being put in, and that it was a shame because so many were getting hit. And is that the county road that they're building where that's happening? Or, that is part of the concern for these type of changes, right? Because the wildlife has their path. Can you expound on that?
Yeah, it's a great question, and certainly roadways and roadway expansion projects pose a threat to birds and other wildlife, and that's something that we grapple with, I think, across the state. In terms of whether or not it's a county road, I'd have to consult our policy associate, Brad Cornell, on that. He operates in the Western Everglades area.
Thank you.
Thanks. We'll go ahead and table 14 until this afternoon when Mr. Collins can give us some answers on that. Now we'll go to technical reports, and Mr. Mitnick. The clock moves very quickly. we'll let Mr. Collins. If you have clarity on that, that would be great.
Staff has confirmed to me that the easements will remain in place.
Okay. Ms. Roman, do you have any further concerns?
No, I do not.
Okay. If you make a motion.
I'll move to approve 14.
I'll second it.
Thanks. I have a motion to approve 14 in a second. 14 requires a 2/3 vote, just so everyone understands that. Is there any further board discussion on this? Hearing none. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yep.
Yes.
Mr. Lipich?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Mr. Mitnick? Thanks, Mr. Collins.
All right, morning everyone. As usual, I'm going to run through the water conditions report, and I'll apologize to you, Mr. Butler. I'll be looking over your head a lot up at that screen over there because I don't have one here in front of me. So with that, yes, it works. All right. So looking at the rainfall over the past couple months, you can see the month of November, we had a small surplus of rain. It was nothing in comparison to the large surplus of rain that we had last November in that 4.4 inches. You'll recall that last year in November, that a huge surplus led to the emergency deviation in Water Conservation Area 3. So thankfully we aren't in that situation with excessive high waters in the Central Everglades this time of year. Moving on, looking at just the overall dry season. Dry season started back in October, the middle of October, and so far to date, it's only been, 60 some odd days. We've got a small surplus so far this dry season, just barely over the average there at 110%, but there's been some variability across the district depending on where you live and how much rain you've experienced so far this dry season. So looking at sort of the upper chain of lakes and stages in the upper chain, I'll start up there on the upper right-hand side of the slide with East Toho. You can see East Toho is up at its regulation schedule for this time of year. Same kind of situation there with Lake Toho. However, there's a stark difference going over to the lower left-hand side of the graphic with Lake Kissimmee. You can see Lake Kissimmee is well below its regulation schedule, or at least the top of its regulation schedule for this time of year. Typically, you would see it up closer to that red line, the top of the schedule for right now. If you kind of look at those blue bars just above the regulation schedule lines, you'll starting in roughly the middle of September was the last time they got some decent rains, all the way then through just until the beginning of November. There was hardly any rain in the upper basin. And that is commensurate with that decline that you see there in the graphic of Lake Kissimmee falling down through the stage. There's that small rain, like I said, that happened in the beginning of November that led to that little bump up there in November, but it wasn't sufficient rains to bring it all the way back up and create sort of, get to the top of the winter pool for Lake Kissimmee. So it's something we're going to keep an eye on. It's something Lawrence will probably be talking a little bit more about in the ecological reports, and maintaining the flows to the river for the restored reaches of the river. But we're going to keep an eye on Lake Kissimmee. Fortunately, the lakes above it in Toho and East Toho are up at their regulation schedules. So as we get deeper into the dry season, that water will start transitioning down to Lake Kissimmee and moving down through the system. So it's taking a step down. Lake Okeechobee, as of this morning, it was at 15.84 feet. Typically what we want to do with this projection here is you want to focus in on that purple shaded region, as that represents the 50% chance of the lake stages falling within that shaded area as we move forward in time between now and the beginning of the wet season in June. One thing I'll remind everybody of is both this and the subsequent two slides. Those are just the model projections. We've talked about this before, that the model is functioning as if all of the releases were the up to limits in the decision trees of LORS 08. It is just blindly doing those release rates pursuant to the modeling, and it's a look backwards in time over the hydrologic conditions that we've experienced over the last 41 years or so. What I will say for right now, the Water Management District has been recommending in our weekly recommendations to the Corps for their considerations, because as we've all talked about numerous times, it's the Corps of Engineers that makes the final decision on the releases from Lake Okeechobee. We have been recommending 2,000 CFS going to the west coast. And that's commensurate with some of the ecological desires and needs of the Clusahatchee Estuary, and maintaining the health of that estuary and maintaining some of that salinity regime. As we move forward in time, every week we continue to evaluate that situation, looking at the lake stage. As I said, we're up at 15.84 right now. And what we'll try to induce is the sort of, you've heard me reference a glide path down through the ecological band that'll show up on Lawrence's slides a little bit in the ecological report, and manage the allocation of water throughout the system to meet the needs of everybody, both the built environment and the natural environment. So jumping to the next slide, looking at what sort of releases Clusahatchee can expect, given up it's at 15.84, there's a very high likelihood of seeing releases to the west coast for the next couple months as we go through the dry season. Similar story for the east coast. Although they have not been receiving any releases from Lake Okeechobee so far this dry season, again, as I talked about a minute ago, this is just the model prediction. It is absent that human intervention and that human knowledge and thought and decision-making process. Taking a look at the southern part of the system, Starting up in the upper right-hand side with Conservation Area 1, it's at the top of its regulation schedule. Again, similar story here. It'll start to recede and follow its schedule down as we go through the dry season. Area 2 has been above schedule for some time now, but you'll see it's already started that recession, and right now the Corps of Engineers is moving about 700 cubic feet per second of water from Area 2 down into Area 3 and starting to transition that water down through the system. Then looking over on the left-hand side of the graphic, Area 3 is right at the top of its regulation schedule, and you'll see that big rain there in the month of November sort of helped keep it up at its top of its regulation schedule, so as to create that pool of water to be able to then move down into Everglades National Park and towards Florida Bay as we move through the dry season. Mr. Butler, you had talked about your field trip down the South Day Conveyance System. You were down at S18C. I can tell you that portion of the system you'll see a little bit later on in the groundwater graphics shows up as being slightly below its medium levels, but that is not an indication of groundwater. That's more of an indication of the canal levels. So we're watching those canal levels. I think they're positioned in a decent place for this time of year, but we'll keep an eye on it as we go forward in time through the rest of the dry season. So kind of stepping back and looking at overall how water has moved around the system this water year beginning in May of 2021. So far, inflows to Lake Okeechobee have been on the order of 1.2 million acre feet coming into Lake Okeechobee. Going on to the left side of the graphic to the Clusahatchee Estuary, the estuary has received about 1 million acre feet so far this water year, but with only a very small portion, 171,000 of it are actually originating in Lake Okeechobee, and the remaining amount, what's that, 800,000 give or take acre feet, has been basin runoff. Over on the East Coast, a similar story. There's not been any lake water delivered to the St. Lucie Estuary so far this water year. And in total from basin runoff, taking the C44, C23, and C24 canals combined, ballpark that somewhere in the 300,000 acre foot neighborhood, with an additional roughly 100,000 acre feet that has been delivered to the Indian River Lagoon up in the Fort Pierce area. Looking at the southern portion of, yes ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Mitnick, so you said 1.2 million acre feet have moved south.
No, 1.2 million acre feet have moved into Lake Okeechobee as inflows to Lake Okeechobee.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
So looking at the southern portion of the system, ironically enough, there have been roughly 1.2 million acre feet of inflows to the water conservation areas. So you had 1.2 million acre feet come into Lake Okeechobee, and then there was 1.2 million acre feet that came into the water conservation areas as inflows. That's represented by the 3 big red arrows on this graphic. Jumping down, looking at the inflows to Everglades National Park, the 3 green arrows total up to the 950,000 acre feet that have flowed into the park. But as usual, I always caution everybody that that one green arrow to the bottom there with the 355,000 acre feet, that's a combination of return seepage that was once in the park and left, and we're putting it back into the buffer cells, and direct inflows to Taylor Slough, as well as groundwater table management for direct rainfall in the South Day Conveyance System, L31 North and C111 canals. So more specifically, Ms. Thurlow-Lippisch, I'll apologize. You and I had talked earlier this week about bringing another table to further delve into those inflows into Everglades National Park. As I was going through trying to prepare that information for today, I had some questions on how the numbers were derived, so I wasn't able to get it, but at the next board meeting, I hope to have another sort of inset that we can present to the board to describe those inflows to Everglades National Park down there on that green line on this graphic back through the years. And I'll do it in terms of calendar years. We're in the last month of the year, so we'll have all of 21, go back to 22. But as of right now, still 1 month left in the calendar year total inflows to Everglades National Park just from those top 2 green arrows. So we're talking either through the S12s or delivered through the L29 canal is about 1.2 million acre feet just this calendar year, which is slightly less than the 1.5 million acre feet that was delivered in 2020. So next board meeting, I'll have some more information for you on that.
Impressive. Thank you.
So then taking a quick look at the stormwater treatment areas. So far this year, stormwater treatment areas have treated about 940,000 acre feet of total inflows, either being from Lake Okeechobee or from the basin runoff. You can see the 61,000 acre feet was what the lake contribution to the STA inflows. The little hatched graphic or hatched bars in this graphic are representative of just the amount of water treated in the stormwater treatment areas during the dry season only. And so far, the only rain event that has contributed inflows to the STAs was that one in November that I had talked about, and about 79,000 acre feet have been moved into the STAs from basin runoff with haven't had any water yet start transitioning down from Lake Okeechobee as of right now. But as we get deeper and deeper into the dry season, I expect you'll start to see that movement of water from the lake down through the system and into Area 3.
May I ask a question, Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Mitnick, just because we're looking at this chart and it's so important, when LOSM was in high gear, it seemed like I heard a few times that it's accepted practicing procedure for there to be a rest period for the stormwater treatment areas, kind of like right now. Can you just repeat what months that is and why that is and how that was determined? And does that come from the board or not really from the board? I mean, that's an operations decision. I think it's important to discuss as we all figure out how we're going from here.
Certainly. So in the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual process, the discussion has been on the timing of moving that water from the lake down and transitioning it through the system to the Everglades. And through that process and the various sub-teams that have met, they have arrived at an operating regime that in the modeling at least, it is modeled such that as you exit the wet season in any given year in the modeling, then there, as you called it, a rest period, November and December, where the STAs are just exiting the wet season and they would have a rest before we start transitioning some of that water down through the system. Now, as we've talked about in all those other graphics before, that's just the modeling and how the modeling was approached. Because in the modeling, you take into consideration those very, very wet years that we've experienced and those very, very dry years. So as we move into the real world operations, how I would envision that happening is that if it was a very, very wet year and the SGAs had received excessive inflows coming out of the wet season, then you would utilize that rest period of November and December to give them some time to rejuvenate and regenerate. However, it was a very dry year and there wasn't a significant amount of runoff. You can pick out various years on this graphic here. 2015 is one of them that we always talk about, where there wasn't a lot of runoff and inflows to the STA. So you are able to transition that water down through the system sooner than January and start doing some of that in November and December. So when it comes to actual operations of the system, there's a number of other things that go into it, and you're not just blindly following what the modeling says. And that's something in the LOSM process that Drew had mentioned when we start developing the environmental impact statement and that operating manual and describing those kinds of things that everybody will want to participate in.
Okay, that's important. I do think I know things are complex, but it's important to be clear in communication. So if indeed it is important or critical for the stormwater treatment areas to have a rest period of sorts, I think it should be talked about so that we know that. And then if they don't need that rest period for whatever reason, then you can go from there. But I think it will help with a lot of the confusion, communication, And I understand that. I mean, I would love for the water to be flowing like all the way, all the time. But even in my own yard, I understand that with certain things, I have to work with it. If it doesn't look good, I got to stop watering it. I'm going to kill it. So I think we need to be strong in our communications of what is needed as we confidently work forward to sending more water south, however we can achieve that.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to keep in mind, the stormwater treatment areas, they have water quality standards that they have to meet. So we've got to be able to meet our permits and meet all of our other obligations for the water quality based effluent limitation. So
Right.
that's another piece of
Another
the puzzle
thing.
gets factored in when you start moving water around.
Right. So maybe talking about that all the time too, and showing those numbers, since 2025 is the big year. Thank you.
John, I got a quick question about this one. This chart troubles me a little bit, and it's a function of rainfall, correct? But it's also a function of how many STAs you have open, and it doesn't really control for that. So I'm assuming this year we've got a lot of them under construction, so we're not pumping as much water to the STAs, but that's not a function of rainfall, it's a function of capacity. So in this chart, it doesn't pick up capacity at all.
No, it does not. You're
And-
absolutely
okay.
correct. And that's one of the things that we've tried to do in Lawrence's ecological report.
Right.
He'll talk about which flowways are open and which STAs are under construction and have limited inflows and the ability to accept that water.
Right. Vice Chair Wagner?
John, how are you?
I'm good. How about yourself, sir?
Good. I'm also sort of intrigued by this bar graph. It's not only a function of rainfall, but it's also a function of where the rain falls, right? Because it seems to me that if it all fell in the same place every year, the chart would look very similar every year, right? But if it falls in different areas, that's where that seems to be at least the reason why you've got the orange and blues in different areas. I know you're a Gator fan. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to do this, I mean, it is what it is. But the
Get it from Charlie.
whatever. We're in Miami. You got to do orange and green, But is that like I look at 2015. You moved. If you could put that, can you put that thing back up? Sorry. Yeah. Listen, Charlie. If you look at 2015, when it does not rain, when you don't have that much runoff, you're now pushing water from the lake through the STAs and to make up for that?
I wouldn't describe it as making up for
Okay.
that. It is, you're able to move more water from the lake down through the system because there is, going back to Mr. Goss's question, there's additional capacity that the stormwater treatment areas can take and still be in compliance with their permits. So that's that transition, whether from a dry year versus, say, 2018 on the graphic where it was a very wet year and you couldn't transition a lot of that water down.
Are we able to look at, because the blue is the runoff and the orange is the lake, right? Are we able to look at these years and say the STAs did better when there was more lake water going through them and less runoff, or more runoff and less lake water, to understand the type of water, to understand what is worse for the STAs? For instance, is the lake water worse for the STAs, or is the runoff worse for the STAs? See, that's something I've always been very curious about.
Yeah, I appreciate your question, and I can tell you it's a conversation that your management team has been having for a while now, trying to get at that sort of thing. I don't think that we have anything conclusive that we can present to you right now, but we're working towards understanding some of those nuances.
Okay, great. Yeah, that piqued my curiosity, because that would be that would give you a good indicator as to where you sort of want to marshal your resources and focus. If the water from the lake is doing great going through the STA and not really harming it, okay, and it's the runoff, and you know where to kind of focus. So appreciate it. Thanks.
Mr. Metnick, so if I'm correct, the EAA reservoir Joe Negron, Senator, President of the Senate, all of that. I mean, the EAA reservoir, the big push for getting it done is so lake water can be sent from Lake Okeechobee. And let's face it, the Lake Okeechobee water is much dirtier than the water in the EAA, because the EAA cleans up their water with the help of the district and IFAS and all of their work that they've worked on for years. But the poor lake is just sitting there like nothing's helping it. It's just getting, it needs a lot of help. So that water, when it's sent, is worse for the stormwater treatment areas because it's got more phosphorus and nitrogen in it. But is it going to be able to be sent? It will be, from Lake Okeechobee to the EAA reservoir, SDAN reservoir, and hopefully in time that will start offsetting the push. I mean, there's a lot out there, more STAs. Some people don't agree with that. Land is limited. The wildlife needs the land. But please tell us if we were sitting here today and the EAA reservoir was 100% complete and functioning well, what could we count on as far as more water from Lake Okeechobee going south and affecting this chart?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when the EAA reservoir is complete and functional and operational, it's a game changer. The lake would not be at 15.84 right now. It changes your entire approach and your operating philosophy and how you move water around the system, having that big pool of water that you can store inside the reservoir and then transition down. You would absolutely be moving water to the Central Everglades this time of year if the EA reservoir was in place and functioning and operating.
So all the more reason to stay on top of the Army Corps for the EA reservoir.
Clicker's not working. If I can get some assistance to advance the slide. Thank you. All right, so real quick, just groundwater. As I mentioned briefly, some of the groundwater elevations down in the South Day conveyance system are just showing up in the moderate range there in the green. It's typical for this time of year that you would see that occur. As usual, you see the red dots over on the West Coast. And as always, these are just reflective of the historical water levels in all of these monitoring wells throughout South Florida. So right now, I don't think there's tremendous amount to be concerned with on the groundwater side of things, but as we're just beginning the dry season, it's something we'll obviously keep an eye on as we go through the next couple of weeks and months. Looking forward in time, the Climate Prediction Center is still calling for a below average dry season, which would mean less rainfall that you would normally get in a dry season is what they're forecasting from now until May, June timeframe. Then ironically enough, you can imagine all bets are off in their forecast. When you begin the wet season in June, they're predicting equal chances of anything happening. But what I can usually tell you is with a higher degree of certainty, it doesn't look like it's gonna be raining anytime soon. Depending on where you live, you might get some rain along the lower east coast of the Water Management District on Monday. But for the most part, it's a drier forecast for the next 7 to 10 days. Sorry, Mr. Butler, you're not going to get any rain up in the upper Kissimmee area. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
John, quick question. Number 10, in slide number 10.
Get the slides back. There you go.
Where you're showing 1,368 acre feet flow to intercoastal, those are all single point discharges?
Yes, that's a good point. I forgot to mention that like I typically do. Those are the flows out of our salinity control structures to the intercoastal or to tide.
Do we have anywhere in this map that shows the amount of acre feet of water that are now going into our coastal wetlands down south where we did the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Project?
It would be in that 1.3 number. I can break it out.
That would be part of it.
Yeah, it would be part of that. I can break it out for you and get that to you if you like.
If you could, because I'd like to know the difference between where it goes out to the single point and where it's coming out the way it's supposed to be.
Certainly, I can do that.
Thank you.
While you're on that slide, that 359, down there at the bottom, and you talked about seepage being part of that. Do you have an idea how much seepage is part of that 359? And
Directly part of that 359, so there's a couple of rules of thumb. So the seepage, and I'll describe it a little bit more for people that aren't familiar with that part of the system. So what I'm talking about are the detention basins that are on the east side of Everglades National Park. So you're talking the series of pump stations, the 332, B, C, D, then 199 and 200, that pick up a lot of that seepage return and put it back into the detention cells to create what is I guess a hydrologic barrier in the groundwater. So groundwater under the detention cells is higher, that stops groundwater from migrating out from underneath the park and kind of holds it back into the park. So there's a couple of rules of thumb over the years that return seepage from that pumping operation could be on the order of 60–70%, in the sense that you pick it up out of it had already seeped out of the park, got into the canal, you pick it up out of the canal and you pump it into the detention area, and then it seeps back, and just the next pump station down grabs it and returns it, and it's like a series just walking down.
Is it 70%?
Yeah. But again, the idea being is you're creating that hydrologic barrier. So to actual how much was park seepage that came out, I'm sure we can put in a number on it. That 70% is not all park water, no. But I can work to try to get something for you.
And I know it's early, but 8.5 square mile seepage wall, we seen any difference already?
Yes.
Or have you looked at it?
Yes, I have, and yes, we are. So the construction has progressed. If sort of, see if I can find. Let's try this. All right, so where you're going to focus on this graphic is that one stoplight that is titled ENP East, just south of Water Conservation Area 3. I know it's really small, but just kind of picture in your mind where the 8.5 square mile area Las Palmas community is. They're at the very southern end of the community. I want to say that's Richmond Drive. The construction started at the very east end of Richmond Drive and progressed back to the west before it starts turning the corner to go back up north, follow the levee. So they've completed actual cutoff wall installation along the whole east-west stretch. And when we look at that groundwater well that sits right there in the southwest corner of the Las Palmas community, you see a dramatic difference with the completion of that wall and those groundwater levels in relation to the pumping at the S357. So we're very encouraged by that. The contractor is now starting to turn that corner and head up north. So hopefully as they progress north, we'll get better and better results on our ability to provide flood mitigation to that community.
Did we do 45 foot or 60 foot deep?
60 feet deep.
We did the full 60 foot there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How's that chainsaw doing?
It's big and it's keep on working.
Thanks. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Mitnick? Thanks very much, John. Mr. Glenn? Could do ecological conditions.
Is it the green button? I'm taking. Okay, well, thank you very much for having me today to talk about the ecological conditions throughout the district. Looking and starting up at the top for the Kissimmee River and the floodplain. As John alluded to, Lake Kissimmee, Cypress, and Hatch-Naha is below 50 feet. And when we hit 50 feet, we stop the environmental releases to this part of the system, to the Kissimmee River and the restored portion, but we retain 300 CFS throughout that season as water levels are below the 50, and that's to provide a constant source of flow to the river, and it helps with maintaining the dissolved oxygen levels within the river itself. So as you're looking at that stage of Kissimmee, Cypress, and Hatch-Naha over on the left-hand side, you see it is below 50. Going back to John's two graphs, you had the two other lakes that were up there, Toho and East Lake Toho. And you saw that the water continued to go up to its high pool. And those are because those don't have a pull downstream. Kissimmee, Cypress, and Hatchinaha are part of the Kissimmee River Restoration Project, and that they provide the pool of water that we use then to bring flow down to the Kissimmee. So that's how those graphs differed. If you looked at them, the two lakes just kept climbing, but we were dropping in Kissimmee, Cypress, and Hatchinaha because that is the source of water for the Kissimmee River Restoration Project. So you see the green area on the right-hand chart. That is when we're above about 1,400 CFS discharge to the river. That's when we get bank full on the floodplain. So we had a number of days, and you see a long period of time there that the floodplain was inundated, but now we're starting to dry the floodplain off. Looking at dissolved oxygen, a great thing about when we go into the winter, when we do have to bring flow down, is that colder water holds more oxygen than warm water does. So we always look for that ameliorating temperature comes in and helps take care of dissolved oxygen in the river channel. Coming to Lake Okeechobee, you'll see that there we've had a lot less inflow, as you saw that top orange part. And for this is like a Gators and Miami, because you have green, blue, and orange in there. So we're trying to help everybody out. It is dominated by one color. You see that orange is starting to decrease, and that's the flows actually coming into the lake, and that you're starting to see more flows going out of the lake. So that helps us in where we are now is getting to, as John said, we're below 16. We're at 15.8 about right now. I don't have a cursor, but you can see the red trace for this year. Water is still above the ecological envelope, but we're starting to get down toward it. If you would go through the graph and back over to the other side, you'll see it's about January 15th where the envelope starts to make that trajectory downward. So as we're making that recommendation of 2,000 right now, trying to get our glide path set up, as John mentioned, to be inside that band as we get to January 15th and come down through. And we don't make our recommendations without careful thought and consideration at looking at what the Clusahatchee River can accept. Our thought here with the scientists is we're at the end of the oyster reproductive season. We're at the end of the growth season for the seagrasses. We're in between a bimodal peak of fish spawning. So if you had really high flows coming later in the season, it could push that spawn fish out of the areas where they need to be. So we take all of these types of things into consideration when we're making these requests. And you'll often hear even the stakeholders say, if you're going to move water out of the lake, please do it sooner in the season than later in the season for these types of reasons. So that's how we make our recommendations. Looking at the cyanobacterial bloom potential on the lake, it's great. It's waning tremendously. We're kind of take that deep breath that we're out of the algae bloom season. Coming down and looking at, now remember when we are in bloom season between May and October, we're taking samples twice a month. So now you're going to see a lag. You're going to see that this is last month's data that we're looking at because we're only sampling once a month. And what we did see at the end of November was there was some bloom condition out there. However, the toxin that would be related with that at times was not there. Everything was below detection limit. Moving over to the St. Lucie. St. Lucie in November had that really, really large rain event and really pushed a lot of fresh water into the system. And as you look at the change between beginning of November and where we are in December, that the arms of the estuary are pretty fresh. As you move to the middle estuary, we're still within the good range for oysters, but on that 7-day average, we were declining. But as the system dries up and the basins kind of push their water back out and stop, we'll see that salinity start to climb again. But even in light of this, we had a huge jump in what was going on with oyster recruitment during this period. Oyster recruitment has a kind of a bimodal system. There's an early season spawn and there can be a late season spawn. And this year, it appeared that conditions were really nice towards the end of the season, and we had a really good second spawn within the St. Lucie. Yes. Moving over to the Clusahatchee, this is where you see the blue in the graphic above that we are pushing water from the lake into the Clusahatchee. That's roughly, and even with my glasses, I'm thinking it's about 2,000. But you see the setup of the salinity gradient in those two bottom charts from November to December. If you look at it really closely, we've caught up about 2 more letters of the Clusahatchee as it's written in the middle of the river is moving back upstream. We see that in the winter. Usually we're gonna freshen the estuary during the wet season, and then we get this nice gradient set up in the wintertime, and we're progressing back to that. So the one thing that we don't want, and the Clusahatchee doesn't want, and that's why it has a minimum flow and level, is that you don't want that kind of teal color going all the way back up to the structure S79, because that beginning part of the estuary is supposed to be fresh, but right now it has a really nice setup. And the Clusahatchee isn't following the lead of the St. Lucie. It's following its typical type of spawning from oysters, and we're seeing that typical decline that we have towards the end of the season. Getting to the stormwater treatment areas, the levels definitely have come down since last month, and we talked about a lot of discussion with John about the resting time. So I'm going to go through and talk about each STA and why these need to rest. And remember, these are biological systems, and they take a lot of water during the wet season, and they're doing their job, they're reducing phosphorus. But when we have large inflows coming in here, we get some damage to the vegetation. Sometimes we get floating of vegetation that comes in that we need to treat because that floating vegetation is not desirable. So our crews have to take that time period from once we've gotten past the wet season and they've done their job there, we need that rest. And there are crews in there right now working diligently to keep these systems at their best performance. You know, what type of vegetation rehab do we need to do? Or are we doing plantings? Yes, we're doing plantings. So as we go through here, and the STA 1 East and 1 West aren't the STAs that we typically use to take lake water, but there's a lot of rehab that are going on that. And I talked about those two last month. But when we come into STA 2 and 4, that's the flowways that we really use to take lake water. And so for flowway 1, which is on your right-hand side, that front end cell had a lot of floating aquatic vegetation that came through. And this is something they're going out to treat to get rid of. And there's a lot of work going on. The team says they're thinking about mid-January is the time that we can start taking water into that particular flowway. Flowway 2, as you see it's red, is completely offline for construction, so we're not going to have that one this season. But flowway 3, they have done a bit of a drawdown there. They're doing a lot of vegetation rehab, and they say mid-January, that one will be refreshed, and ready to take water again. Flowway 4, there's some poor conditions in there. They're a little bit worse than the other two, so they're saying about February is the time frame that cell will be rehabbed enough to take water. And then in flowway 5, in cell 5 itself, that one is also has some poor vegetation condition. They're doing rehabilitation work, but they say that one will also be able to start taking water. So when we're looking at 2, we're thinking about January, maybe for some about February, but we'll be able to start taking that type of water and taking it south.
Mr. Glenn, they talk about that, it was Dr. Gary Goforth who often brought it to the attention of the East Coast anyway, about how 2015, such a great year, so much water went through, we can see it on the chart, and that the stormwater treatment areas performed the best they'd ever performed. Those are the words I heard. So I'm just curious, is that misleading according to you? Or is it that it's different each year? Like maybe that year the plants were really healthy and so it works really well, but if you do that every year in a row, then it doesn't happen. Can we be
Sure,
open
sure.
about
I'm happy to.
about why can't we just send water through them all the time? And how come, quote unquote, the best year had it flowing through all the time?
And for biological systems, you can't take a single year and focus on it without the context of what has happened in previous years. So you're always going to have setup to what the condition of the vegetation is going to be, where the rainfall has happened. All of that discussion was happening with what the water was coming. But from their ability to treat water, for their ability to stay rooted, for their ability to function, you have to look at what is the compound effect through time. So whereas that first year, 2015, was a year where we delivered that large quantity that first time, as we have continued to do that, the STA vegetation started to suffer. So it wasn't from that first year, it was like, hey, this is great, but they kind of started to get worn down. And so that's where our team has spent so much time and is spending so much time in the refurbishment efforts that we're doing that are outside of restoration strategies, is because we know that these systems, they can take a hit, but they can't take consistent hits without having those resting periods that John talked about, which are so important to them.
Okay, and it's still district policy, that legal policy perhaps, I don't know, that the runoff from the Everglades agricultural area and I guess 139 Basin has priority over Lake Okeechobee?
Well, that is the function of the stormwater treatment areas as they were developed, was to treat that stormwater from the EAA and those areas. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and all this money that we're spending to make these improvements and all of that, is it equitable between the runoff people in the EAA and 139 and Florida taxpayers? Or is it the taxpayers are paying for it for the EAA basin and the 139? Or how do we talk? I mean, these are tough conversations.
They are tough
but
conversations.
these are really important.
But
and I mean, this is if we're going to do it, we have to send more water south. We have to send, and we're doing it. We're working on it. The governor is put gas in our car to do it, but it's, I think it's so important to have these hard conversations, because once we can understand the hard conversations, we'll figure it out. We'll all figure it out. But sometimes I become more aware of the importance of the EAA reservoir, because it is made for Lake Okeechobee. But in the meanwhile, what are we supposed to do?
That's
like
where I was
drown?
about to go. Is John's alluded to, that the EAA reservoir is really a tremendous type of solution in letting the STAs do what they need to do from the EAA standpoint, and then having this wonderful storage available to us that can take lake water and that helps us move lake water and olive water in more volume down into the...
Right. And when we send more water south, that will help Biscayne Bay, right?
Correct.
And that, I hope, and because you never know where it goes until somebody teaches you. And then it will help Florida Bay. And so, I mean, it's critical.
Absolutely.
Two questions.
Yes, sir.
With respect to the STAs, what drives them to sort of be run down? Is it the volume of water, or is it the content of what's in the water that is the driving factor of that? For instance, if you just plowed through crystal clean water, would they be run down just because of the volume of what you're putting in there? Or is it the quality of the water that's going through? I mean, I'm assuming maybe it's a function of both, as usual.
Yeah. There's two different things. There's just from and we're getting at solutions to this. Some of these STAs, just from the volume and the point source of how water was coming in, was making short circuits through the system or physically moving the plants, ripping the plants up. We have installed energy dissipators now that stop that. So there's the physical nature of how fast is water coming in, can the vegetation take it? You get floating the FAV that I talked about, floating aquatic vegetation. If you get floating aquatic vegetation in there and it gets windy, it starts to push at the top and it can actually physically uproot these. So in a lot of these cells, what I've talked about at the front end, when we are bringing a lot of water in there, and I was talking to the crew, I was like, are there technologies that we can have that can keep that floating of vegetation from coming in, that we can keep up with? Because once it gets in there, then it's an issue, and we need to get it, and we definitely need to get it before it goes to the cells back behind it. So there's aspects of just what is coming in from a physical standpoint. And then from the rest, it's, we talk about the PLR, the loading rate. So how much concentration in there and how much water, and that gets to your load. And if you have really high loaded systems, it's not that it's going to hurt the plant. The plant's going to take up what it can take up, and the rest is going to flow by. It's our ability to meet QBO, there. So it's really, our group is looking at, and Restoration Strategies is looking at, how do we keep these plants as resilient as possible?
Okay. My next question is the downtime that these flow paths or particular areas in the STAs need, is that a function, is that just something you cannot cure with manpower and money? Is it something that they just, if you had all the money in the world and all the resources in the world, it still just needs time to rest? Or is there a way to accelerate the rest period so that we are having less downtime?
Yeah, I think that there's, it's kind of yes and yes. They do need to rest. They don't need to rest quite as long as if they're healthy. If they're really healthy, it's because we have done all of the rehab, the planting that we need to do in order to get them healthy and keep them healthy. So yes, manpower, dollars for how large these STAs are and how much work we need to do them, certainly that would be quite helpful. But we're working hard to try to get there through this time before 2025, so that we're ready to go for QBO.
I have a question, Mr. Chair. Lawrence, talk a little bit about the life cycle of an STA, and how long are they good for? 10 years, 20 years? And this constant refurbishment, because it is, like you mentioned, a biological system, how is that maintenance paid for? Is that coming out of one pot of money, or is that part of the overall district's maintenance commitment?
Yeah, the life cycle part, our scientists are really good at being able to ensure that the plant and the plantings and the plants are going to be viable and ready to go. So it's not like we're going to kill them through time, because we do so much work to keep refurbishing them. And that's something that we have to do, because they are a living system. We all need, exercise. We all need the other things that we need to keep us going. And the STAs are very similar. So our group is very adept in knowing what they need to do from a refurbishment standpoint. And it's just, getting that funding and timing, and if hopefully they're not all happening at the same time. So they kind of look out and they prioritize to make sure we're hitting where we need to hit, so that these things have time to grow in to best function as we move forward through time. But from a funding standpoint, I would have to look at Drew as to where our funding.
So I use round numbers, but so the routine maintenance of the STAs is about $22 million a year. It comes out of ad valorem dollars and the ag privilege tax. But then the refurbishments, those are sort of on top. So we will get, we've gotten state dollars. We've used some of our fund balance dollars to try to make sure that we can do a refurbishment project like the one where we're releveling, STA2. And so all that is to get that back into the resiliency. If we can get, these things protected, the plant's protected, it increases their resiliency, it increases, shortens their rest time, all those types of things. So 20, that's about the budget of it. I would say right now, I mean, Lawrence, isn't it right? Part of the big things on the rest period right now is getting the water levels back to a good water level in the STAs. So it's letting it flow through so it gets back to that water level because these plants can drown, right? And we will have a lot better control on that water level once we have a reservoir, right? So the FEBs do a good job, but they fill up, right? But when you have a reservoir, you can take that surge, not fill the STAs up so dramatically. And that's kind of what happened this year. And so they're a little bit high this year.
So is the life expectancy forever, as we keep is that the answer?
Yes.
Okay, but it requires constant refurbishment and maintenance over its life cycle.
Correct.
Can I say something just from the dumb seat down here? When, I'm joking, just in my own life with plants, because I always want to be surrounded by them. My grandmother had a green thumb. They were everywhere. So I try to take it because I think it might be genetic, right? It's not. If you shock a plant, then you are going to struggle for a while to get it past that point where it's been pummeled by something, either replanting or it's too deep or it's too dirty or whatever. And then you have to go to this extreme length to try to get it to recover, and sometimes there's nothing you can do. So that's just house plants, and I'm assuming that your plants are not so different, right? I am constantly carrying something outside to the trash can. I know she's dead. She can't help me. She's dead. But yeah, so I look at it that way. It really depends upon the year, the situation, how bad it was, how deep it was, and did the plants kind of suffer so much that they can't seem to easily get back through it.
Well, these
Sorry to say that, and I don't want to waste your time, but your new little charts in here that you've put with the STAs, or it looks new to me, how you've split it out and you've kind of put the cells together there, and that's really good. That's really helpful. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to say, Cheryl, I'll share a little my green thumb with you, but these are manpower intensive systems, and they take millions and millions of dollars, and it's mind-boggling to me that we came up with this idea, because it's like we're forever paying for it. And thank goodness we have your scientists that can take care of all the plants. That's probably the easiest part of this whole thing. I hope that maybe going forward we can come up with some new ideas that maybe aren't as manpower intensive as this particular approach is.
To, Mr. Chairman, to kind of go along with Ms. Charlotte's, Colonel Roman's question, lifespan, what nutrients don't disappear, do they? They stay there.
Yeah.
What is there a tipping point? I mean, are we talking 50 years, 100 years?
Yeah, there are studies. There's the PFLUX study that's going on as part of restoration strategies, where they're looking at, because there's the geochemical process of, not only are the plants taking up nutrients, but the soil is taking up nutrients, and how that flux and reaction goes through time. So they're trying to get exactly to that. Will there be a tipping point? Would we have to go in and scrape something, or would we not? So that science that is ongoing right now is trying to look at what that mechanic, what the basic mechanism is there, and is it sustainable or is it not sustainable?
Perpetuity is a long time.
It is.
Lawrence, can I ask a quick question about, are we looking into, I mean, I know there has always been a push for more STAs and different STAs and STA, but it seems like a ton of money and a ton of effort and a ton of maintenance. And we may get to a point where we've identified a tipping point, and and then you're taking everything offline. Are we looking into alternatives?
Let me go back to the ENR process. This was the Everglades nutrient removal process that was the beginning of what we're doing now in the STAs. So when we were charged with, you need to clean up water before it goes to the Everglades, our scientists looked at all the different type of chemical treatments that were available, and they looked at what can we do with biological systems. The big concern here was something called marsh readiness of the water. If we clean it with a biological, it's going to take, what natural plants take out, and the water that goes south will be similar to the water that went south previous in time. If we strip it through chemical treatment, we might be doing something that we weren't at that time aware of that might have a deleterious impact downstream. So when we began this whole process, we looked at those and we tried to figure out what was going on, and the decision was, let's move forward with this biological, because we did that. That was the big word, marsh readiness. Everybody glommed onto that, and we had to ensure that we weren't doing something that we weren't aware of through other types of treatment. As we move forward, could we couple different innovative technologies? That's a distinct possibility. And, they're looking at, the crew is through like the C43 water quality study that they're doing over there. There's a whole bunch of different studies going on that look at different types of treatment and having a treatment train, so you can have different parts so it's not off the table, definitely not. But you want to have the certainty of what is that quality of the water as it does go south.
Do you mind if I add?
Certainly.
So he raised it, but the C43 project, when the governor said, look, this is just a reservoir, we need to add water quality to it, that was our perfect opportunity to look at all the different types of technologies. And so we partnered and did that, and we ended up without an STA. Now there's gnashing of teeth a little bit in Lee County because they really like STAs. But the situation lended itself to being able to remove the nutrients and phosphorus, the nitrogen and phosphorus with a flocculant, alum, right?
I mean, because you look at these STAs and, they sound great.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they sell great because it sounds like the natural way of doing it. But, man, it seems insanely expensive to maintain, and to continue this track into the future seems, it could become an albatross.
To get down to a level of 10, that's a lot more challenging with sort of chemicals and mechanicals, right? So that's kind of where this fits very well. The other thing that you were stuck with is you're dealing with stormwater, right? It's not like wastewater coming out of people's homes, which is a very constant stream of not a high volume, right? So you're dealing with high volumes of water suddenly. And so that's where the STAs kind of lent themselves to having that, being able to fluctuate with that. We had to add FEBs to make it even better. But C43, it works there because it's going into a reservoir where it then has a chance to percolate out, right? So you still have to have that big swath of land and that big capture device. So
understood. Thanks.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay. The conversation we just had lends very well to what's going on in STA 3.4, and you'll see in the Eastern Flowway in Cell 1, that is where the tussock formation, basically all the vegetation that was in there, lifted up off of the ground and was no longer rooted. And efforts to bring water levels back down to get it to reroot, it wouldn't do, so we had to start new. This is 3,000 acres that we had to go in, grind up, replant, rehydrate. And when we get a cell that's this large, it takes about 1.5 years for that cell to come back online. So this is where the cell next to it in the central flowway was showing those signs. And because we knew what had happened in the cell next door, we were really proactive in treating that cell. So we don't think that cell is going to go to the condition it was there. So we learn as we go. These are some of the largest and first out of the box types of systems like this. So it's definitely an iterative process, but that's why we're so happy and proud of our scientists that are in there working and learning and not lidding cells go to this extreme, when we have the ability and we know those things to look for, and we can get in there and do these refurbishments. And then 5.6, we've talked about 5.6. It's the main issue here is just having that constant source of water. So the FEB is being constructed, and then we're looking at potentially bringing lake water, as a direct route. So getting into Biscayne Bay, good news is that we're getting closer to that mesohaline condition that it likes right along the shoreline, which is about 5 to 18 salinity units. So that salinity is coming down. We definitely don't want to be above 30 and 35 within Biscayne Bay. Coming down into the Everglades, if you'll take a look at the top of 3A, you start to see yellow occurring there. So we're getting that condition up there where we always want to try to keep from that area drying out. That's the area that has lost a lot of peat. There's about a foot of peat left in that area, and we don't want it to dry out and either oxidize or have a fire. One of the good things you'll see that next door in Water Conservation Area 2 at the lower end is those water levels are coming down. There was concern about it being too deep there previously, but that's still has a considerable amount of water that could be available to provide to Water Conservation Area 3 as we move through the rest of the dry season. But you look down and you see Big Cypress is definitely drying out. We still have connectivity in Shark River Slough and in Taylor Slough, and I'll move on to the next slide. Looking at Tree Island inundation, this shows you that we have about 150 of the tree islands are inundated, and if we look at our long-term period of record from 1990 to 2020, we're right on line with that. There's 158 inundated during that period of time, so we're at a typical year, it looks like, hydrologically from a tree island perspective. This is a really neat study I wanted to talk about. The decomp physical model, there's a little inset there, and you have two canals there, the L67A and the L67C. And as we go through SEP south and start putting more structures in there to bring water, to bring into the Blue Shanty Flowway and down into the park, the scientists kind of got ahead of where we were going here, and the S152 is a structure up at the top of the picture, and water is actually flowing toward us. So they wanted to have an ability to study and look at, when we open this up, what are we going to see? One of the things that you'll see there in that slough, when they first opened this up, water wasn't flowing in the direction that it should be flowing. So they went through and they call it active marsh improvement. They actually created these sloughs to get the right flow path of water to come. But anytime we have those structures in there as a point source of water into an area, we worry about nutrient enrichment, because all of the water and the nutrients are coming in at one spot. So we have had nutrient enrichment right around S152, even though concentrations are very low. They're 6 to 10, but we're trying to figure out the mechanism for that. Is it high flows with low concentrations? Is it low flows with high concentrations, or high flows with high concentrations? And the group was able to study a lot of those different things, except they weren't able to study high flows with low concentrations. So right now they built this flume in this study. So what you see is there's a little, like a upside down U, and that's Biscayne, so that the center portion isn't getting water and the outside portion is, you've constricted water, so it's flowing higher and higher velocity. And right now, the concentrations are low. They didn't have a condition where we had low concentration of nutrient, of phosphorus, and high velocities coming through. So they're kind of getting to the end of this experiment by looking at creating this flume to understand what is the mechanism for nutrient enrichment, and which of those conditions is it? Is it low flow with high concentration, high flow with a lot of, what are the differences? So it'll help us better to understand how to operate and best hit water quality conditions within the Everglades. Wading bird foraging is starting to really increase. When I put this slide together initially, there were 12,000 birds down at the very bottom in the coastal, and there wasn't much going on up in the upper part. But as Water Conservation Area 3 and the rest of that area is starting to recede, you'll see that bar in the middle, that's a habitat suitability index, and says this is the right depth of water for wading birds to forage. So as you see those green areas starting to occur at the top, where now there's 10,000 birds up at the top of Water Conservation Area 3, on the flight that happened in November, there were no birds up there, and there were 12,000 down at the very bottom of the system. And now you see that number at the bottom has decreased to 5,000. They've moved up into Big Cypress, and they've moved up to the top where the foraging conditions are best. Wading birds are smart. They use habitat on a landscape scale. You know, they're not just looking next door. They can get up and move and find the condition that is best. So what we're seeing is a really good setup for the wading bird season. You'll see at the picture at the top, that's a flock of just a tremendous amount of birds in Water Conservation Area 3. One of the things that Mark Cook noticed in the picture below is the white birds are the adults and the dark colored birds are the juveniles. And that banner year that we had from last year is showing that these juveniles are still in the population and are recruiting into the population. So that's a positive thing, because you can put a lot of birds out from a reproductive year, but do they live until the next year to keep going? So this is a great indication that it was a great year, and we also had very success in their survivorship to get to this point to keep going.
Lawrence, could you qualify a couple of things?
Yes, ma'am.
So I was getting confused when I saw the information come out that was saying earlier a few months ago that maybe it's not such a great year for the birds. And I'm like, is it already time? And so, you know, I went back and looked at my calendar, and I'm like, it was March of this year,
Right.
2021, when we were talking about the boon. But is it kind of like a water year? Are you reporting from before? And
Peak of wading bird foraging in the Everglades is going to be between January and March. But when you have water years that have a lot of water in the system early, it can move up to November and December when it starts to happen. So we're seeing that wading birds are starting to use the system now. It's deep. I mean, a month ago, Mr. Bergeron was saying it's too deep for any wading bird, you know, and you're right. So as that recession happens, and we want that slow recession to happen, then you start getting those areas that are ideal, and the birds follow those areas. One of the things that I was talking about in last month was talking about the Alley North colony, which is in Water Conservation Area 3A. It's the largest colony in the Everglades, and at times it's the largest in North America for white ibis. And so where I was going with that conversation is Water Conservation Area 3A up there at the top, because there's that elevation gradient, it tends to dry up faster than the bottom. And I was coming and saying how we're using water in Water Conservation Area 2, it could be very beneficial if we weren't, you know, moving all that water from 2 right now, but having that water to be delivering it the way it's being delivered now, to keep that upper part inundated so that that colony could have a successful year.
great. So the report, the wading bird report, is
Oh,
that what
yes.
it's called? When does that come out?
It was published last month.
Okay.
And I can get that
And
to
so
you.
that was for the
And it goes
previous
for the- yes,
previous year.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we'll have another one, and all that we're talking about will go onto
Correct.
that one.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Looking at salinity and what's going on in Florida Bay, you have the 25 to 50th interquartile range. So in the top trace, that is the Eastern Bay, and you see that salinity is a little high. It's definitely higher in the central, but it's lower in the western. And you look at Florida Bay and in this picture, and you think that, you know, it's all one continuous tub of water. And really, you have a western bay that's kind of like a tub. You have a central bay that's a tub, and then you have the eastern bay that's a tub. And the eastern bay is more open, and the western bay is more open. And the central bay has lots of mud banks, lots of islands, lots of flats. And it's shallower than the east and the west. So as we go into the dry season, the central bay is the one where when evaporation starts to occur and we're not able to replenish that water through rainfall or through delivery, that we get the hypersaline conditions that then cause die-off. So, but because it's shallower, it doesn't have the volume. Once you take the water out, the salt stays there, and that's always been the concern there in the central basin. So where we are now, we're a little high. The scientists are going to be keeping an eye on that as we go through the season, and I'll be coming back to report to you, what we're seeing. Are we seeing any indication of a beginning of a seagrass die-off, or are we going to be okay? So that's kind of where we are. It's kind of a cautionary tale for the central region right now, but we'll keep our eye on it, and I'll bring those data to you as they are available. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Does anyone have any more questions? Yeah, Mr. Butler.
Lawrence, going back to Lake Kissimmee, Cypress, Hatchinahaw, water level being lower than regulation schedule, are there any opportunities there to do anything, any enhancements while that water level is low?
That's something that our group is definitely discussing, and we often do that type of thing with FWC. So we'll have to see, there are different stage levels at which you can do something. So the team is starting to look at, what could we do at what stage, and, how could we get it done from a funding standpoint, and would we want to work in conjunction with FWC on that, or let them take the lead with us having a seat at the table?
Well, that was my other question, was who takes the lead on that? And that would be more a function of FWC. We would maybe prod them along if we saw some opportunities.
And it's kind of gone back and forth through time on who does that.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, like on Lake Okeechobee, we have been doing it at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really having a hard look at who has the resource available now to do that work.
Yeah. I'm keeping my fingers crossed here. I forgot something earlier. My tour earlier yesterday. Armando, before he gets out of here, I want to recognize Armando and thank Armando for helping to put that together and helping tour yesterday. Armando, thank you. I got that. That's been on my notes all morning long. At Brahma Island, Mr. Lightsey kind of showed us some things that some areas there around the island where there was a little less vegetation and allowed wave action to actually roll some muck up. When we were on the airboat, we went through that area where there was less vegetation along the side of the island. That muck was able to roll up on land, and the lake bottom was sandy. Now, we crossed other parts out there where it was, definitely had some muck in the bottom. And I just, looking for opportunities and that kind of thing. And I know when we were up there, right off the bat, we put in at Great Pammock fish camp there to get on the airboat, and had a concerned citizen, didn't know, I wasn't wearing a district shirt, didn't know where I was from, but he caught me right off the bat. You politician or what? And I said, well, I'm just here looking at the lake. He said, well, this lake's awful low. You know why that is? So there are concerned citizens out there about the lake being low, and I can explain to them. I said, listen, it's just a product of lack of rainfall and that kind of thing, amongst other things. But the concern is there, and I think trying to take advantage of the opportunity. I encourage us to do that if we have the resources. And my other question is, do we have the resources if something like that were to come available?
Yeah, that I would have to.
I look to Drew for that.
Right.
Is there anything we can do to help provide more resources? Okay. And you'll come to us if that opportunity presents itself, if there's anything we need to do, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Mr. Lipich.
Before we leave this section, I just wanted to ask you and Mr. Mitnick if you're concerned about Lake Okeechobee being high. And if something happens next summer, this coming summer, will we be under the LORV schedule?
You take the first. I'll take the second part. You take the second part. I'll take the first part.
I'll start at the end. We'll work our way back. Yes, next year. LORS is envisioned to remain in place until the new one, LOSUM, is signed. And right now, the schedule doesn't have LOSUM being effective until the end of 2022.
So are you nervous about the lake being, it was at 16, it kept staying at 16. Mr. Bartlett said to me once, oh, I can't believe the lake's at 16. And I'm like, oh, that evaporation's going to start and it's not going to rain at all. It rained at one point in Martin County at least 7 inches. I know that's just one section of the state, but it seems it's wet in some places. So, I mean, so just what we have to, it's the elephant in the room. You know, I was looking at, when we look at this, I can never quite figure it out. So like if you look at 2016, you look at 2018, which were the worst years that I can remember, 2013, it doesn't look, I mean, how do you predict these things?
So I guess I'll start off with, as the system operator, I'm always nervous. I'm nervous about Kissimmee being the way it is in the conversation we just had. I'm looking at South Dade and how it's performing, the East Coast in Dade County and around Homestead Air Force Base, and how water's moving around to Biscayne Bay. So I think in looking at Lake Okeechobee, if we're sitting here in June and it's at 15.84, that's a different conversation. Sitting here in the beginning of December at 15.84 potentially sets us up to be able to meet all of the water needs in South Florida, whether it's the built environment or the natural environment, and still have Lake Okeechobee in a place by the start of the next wet season that is beneficial to the ecology of the lake.
Thank you.
Sure.
So I always ask you to remind me of this, and it's because stakeholders say all kinds of different things. So I come back to you, right? You ask one person, and one person will say, well, you know, we'd like this, and we'd like this, and we want this height, and we want this height. So to go back to what is the healthiest height of the lake, and where does it have to be for how long for the lake to rest and be healthier. So every year, is it 12.5 feet? Is that the place that it needs to go to at some point and stay for a month or two? How long can it stay? And I ask you this all the time because I'm going to keep on asking. At 16.5, how long can it stay at 16.5? Can it stay at 16.5 for 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, before all of a sudden everything kind of changes and we've held it too high for too long?
Yeah, and that really goes back to the conversation we were having about the STAs, and that ecology doesn't run on a single year. It doesn't run on a single band, even though that band is 15 to 15.5 to 12.5. Ecology needs variability. If you have had 3 years where it has not gotten below 13, you're going to have a dramatic loss of submerged aquatic vegetation. If you have a lot of years where it hasn't gotten higher than 14, you're going to have a change in the vegetation of the upper marsh that's not going to be usable by wading birds and this sort of thing. So it's the ecology is ever changing and adapting to what it's being given. It can't be given extremes as the norm. It has to have that variability. And then we have the ecological envelope that's saying, this is for all the different processes that are out there. We try to combine them in an easy to focus and look at way to say, this part of the band might be good for alligator nesting. This part's needed for the recession for wading birds to concentrate prey. This bottom portion is what's needed for SAV to regrow. And so it's not one plant or one type for everything. That ecological envelope is looking at the lake holistically.
Yeah, and I asked this question, I kind of knew, but I asked this question because when you say at 15.5, then that's going to be enough water to handle everybody's requirements. I just want to say out loud that we can't always keep it that way. We're not going to have enough water for everybody's requirements, and that we can't get accustomed to holding it that high, just for stakeholders who worry about it as much as I do. I worry about the high. I do, and that's the part of LOSUM that I'm looking forward to seeing it play out for a couple of years, but I am worried about 15.5 feet, 16.5 feet worries me.
Thanks. Any other comments? Thanks very much, Lawrence. Appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch now. I am told that downtown Doral has lots of places to eat. There's a map and a list of restaurants that are nearby right outside, so you can check on that. And we'll come back in an hour and resume.
Off campus.
Good afternoon. We'll go ahead and call this meeting back to order. And we're on discussion item number 30, which is the discussion of the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan efforts in Miami-Dade County. And we're going to have Ms. Leeds.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, board members. Always a pleasure to come down and present on CERT projects and give you guys an update on all the good work that we're doing. We talked about partnerships a little earlier, and I would be remiss if I didn't bring up that fact that, with CERT projects, we have partnerships with the Corps of Engineers that make these projects successful, but it's also the partnerships that we have with our local stakeholders and our local governments that also make these projects better, and they also add to their success as we're able to capitalize on the local knowledge that those folks bring and the expertise. And in the case of what we hear on some of these projects, especially with Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands, we've been able to really work with our partners on Miami-Dade County and Miami-Dade Durham to really benefit on that project. Okay, so I'm going to go over 3 CERT projects. I'm going to talk about the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Phase 1. I want to give everyone a status update. That's an ongoing project. It's in design and in construction. Then we're going to talk about a current planning project, which is the Biscayne Bay and Southeastern Everglades Ecosystem Restoration Planning Study. For short, we call that BBSEER. I'm sure you've heard that acronym. It's probably become part of everyone's vernacular. And then I'm going to briefly touch upon another planning study that's coming up in CERP, which we call Southern Everglades. And I'll make the distinction between BBSEER and Southern Everglades and the components that make up both of those. So first, I want to give you an update on Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Phase 1. And really the take-home message for this project is by the end of fiscal year 22, all these components will be in construction. It's been a long time. This project was authorized by Congress in WRDA 2014. The planning report was actually completed back in 2012. And we signed a project partnership agreement with the Corps in 2016. So we've been working on this project for a while, but we're really starting to see the fruits of everyone's labor on this one, and we're targeting by the end of this fiscal year, FY22, to have all these components in construction. Now, Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Phase 1 is made up of 3 project components. The first project component is called the Deering Estate. That project component is actually complete. The Water Management District took that project and moved it forward under our Accelerate program back in 2012, so that's in operations. We have the Cutler Wetlands, which is that highlighted piece in the middle of your map. And then we have what we call the L31 East Flowway, and that's on the bottom portion of the map. Now, this CERT project, its primary purpose was to reconnect that lost hydrologic connectivity that was either due to the central and southern flood control system, urban development, right? Under historic conditions, fresh waters would flow overland and into the coastal estuaries and the coastal wetlands. But over time, like a lot of South Florida, a lot of that hydrologic connectivity has been broken, through development, through canals, through urban development. And what has happened is that historic overland flow has now been funneled into canals and its point source as it goes into Biscayne Bay. And so what this project does, each of these 3 components, is it takes that canal discharge into Biscayne Bay and redistributes that freshwater flow into the coastal wetlands. And we can see some examples of that especially in Deering Estate, since we've had that one under operation now for several years. So on the left-hand side of the screen, there are two pictures of the Deering Estate in 2012 before we actually undertook the restoration project. You can see there's really, it's kind of more of an open field. And the right side of the picture is how the project was after we completed it. So we put in a pump station, there were canals around it. We took the water, put it through the pump station, created a wetland, and then sent that towards Biscayne Bay through the coastal wetlands. So again, this was the first example of rehydrating these wetlands by trying to reconnect that hydrologic connectivity and recreating that sheet flow. And because this has been in operations for 10 years, we've seen a lot of early benefits as a result of that. So on the upper left-hand side of your screen, we actually have like the cartoon picture of what that freshwater distribution looks like. So you can see where it kind of comes in from the pump station, and then that green area is all the coastal wetlands. And the results that we have from our scientists doing a lot of work down there and monitoring the area, if you look in the lower left-hand side of your screen, it shows that since 2012, we have been able to redirect and redistribute approximately 138,000 acre-feet of freshwater wetland through the Deering Estate and into those coastal wetlands. Now, as a result of that, if you look, it's in the upper right-hand side of this screen, that graph shows how that water has been redistributed into sheet flow. And as a result of the additional flows and the redistribution of sheet flows, on the lower right-hand part of your screen, what that is depicting is the reduction in groundwater salinity over time, which is what we wanted to see in those coastal wetlands. So this is a really good example of, the Water Management District back in 2012 under the Accelerate program had some funding. We were able to pull this particular project component forward and get some early benefits out of it. So the next feature I want to talk about is the L31 East Flowway. Now this feature is currently in construction. The Corps of Engineers has the lead on this particular component. A few years ago, the Water Management District had some funding available, and as a part of this project, it has pump stations, it has some culverts along the L31 East Canal, and those culverts are to help redistribute some fresh water into the wetlands and help to promote that sheet flow. So we completed the culverts early, but what I want to highlight on this map, you can see that there are 3 main canals that flow from west to east, and on the north side, we have the C102 canal. That middle canal is called the Military Canal, and then the southern one is called the C103. So those are taking that urban runoff, and they're currently sending that in a point source flow right out into Biscayne Bay. Now, the canal that runs north and south, that's called the L31 East. And so the function of the pump stations is to take some of those flows, lift that into the, whether it's in the C102 canal or the Military Canal or C103, lift that into the L31 East Canal to help redistribute those freshwater flows underneath those culverts that are already in place. So again, it's trying to reconnect that hydrologic connection and that ecologic connection that used to be there. So we have the schedule that the Corps is currently under. They've broken this up into several contracts, but the nice thing with this is you can see that over time, we make progress on completing portions of this project between November of 2022 to November of 2024. And so at that time, this particular project component will be complete and we'll start getting benefit out of it. Already today, having the culverts in place, whatever water we can get into the L31 East Canal will flow into those culverts. As an example of that, let's see. Okay, there we go. Got stuck. This is a picture of one of those culverts that was constructed a few years ago, and this is how the fresh water is moving out into the freshwater mangroves and the freshwater wetland areas. Okay, the last piece I want to talk about in Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands is the Cutler wetlands, or sometimes people refer to it as the Cutler flowway. This particular project component, the Water Management District has the lead on. So we have been in design, and when I talked about those partnerships a little earlier with some of our local stakeholders, we had entered into a cost share agreement with Miami-Dade County to advance this design. So currently we are getting close to having the final design. And again, the primary purpose of the Cutler wetlands, if you, there's two different maps here. So if you look on the left side of your screen, on the kind of on the lower side of it, there's like a blue line underneath where I have like the yellow oval, right, the blow up area. That is that's the C1 canal. So right now waters are flowing down the C1 canal and into Biscayne Bay. On the right side of the screen is a blown up feature.
Is that the FPL plant right there? Turkey Point and the, no?
No, that's farther south.
Further south, okay.
Yeah, actually probably what you're looking at is the Black Point Marina. If it's right on the coast, yeah, it's the Black Point Marina. But to help facilitate, redistributing those freshwater flows, we're building a feature called the Spreader Canal. And that will help to redirect, some of those freshwater flows into those coastal wetlands. Now, what I'd also like to point out is a part of Cutler, there's a big recreational feature as a part of Cutler. And again, going back to those partnerships with local entities, the project delivery team worked very hard with the town of Cutler Bay and Miami-Dade County to include a lot of these recreational features into the Cutler flowway. They've got an elevated multi-use bike path. There's a birdwatch overlook. They incorporated, like a parking area. And it also will all tie into the existing network of trails and provide extra recreation and bird watching. So really good partnership with the town of Cutler Bay to get this in here. CERT projects always have recreational features, and this one is a nice one because it ties into so many local trails and efforts. Okay, so the schedule. When are we talking about this, when this final piece will be done? So currently, we're looking to have final design completed around February of 2022. And then our critical date right now is in March of 2022. We have a lot of land agreements that we're working on, not only with the Corps of Engineers, but also with Miami-Dade County. Both Miami-Dade County and Water Management District and DEP, everyone has really come together, really do a concerted effort to make sure that we all have all of our land agreements, our easements, and our right-of-ways in place, because we need to have all of those in place before we actually go out to advertise the construction contract. We will take that construction contract to this board. We're targeting July of 2022, so this coming summer. We anticipate coming back to the board to get your approval to award the last construction contract on Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands. And then we would look to start construction at the end of this fiscal year, sometime in September, with right now a projected completion date of May 2025. I know that seems a little far out, but there's a lot of work to be done, and it's environmentally sensitive work since we are working in coastal wetlands. So they're looking on how they can get those features built in the most environmentally responsible way. Okay. So now I would like to move on to, so that was the ongoing study, CERP study, right? CERP project. Now I want to move on to the planning study that's ongoing. And this is BBSEER, the Biscayne Bay and Southeastern Everglades Ecosystem Restoration Project. And we'll call it BBSEER because the title's quite a mouthful. So this planning study is ongoing. We kicked off scoping back in September of 2020. And when we say we kicked off scoping, that means we are working with our partners at the Corps, and those were public meetings. So scoping meetings are always public meetings. It kicks off the NEPA process, and it starts the planning study. Because they're CERT projects, they always have a lot, right? They're always complicated. They have a lot of different features. So I kind of want to take just a few minutes and walk you through what Yellow Book components make up BBCR, because I know there's been some questions. I know and a lot of times in the project delivery teams, when they're talking about what Yellow Book components are, make up the planning project, and what Yellow Book components may reside within the planning study. And sometimes it's not very clear. So I'm gonna take a stab at trying to maybe clear some of that up. So the map that you're looking at on the left-hand side, there's a magenta outline. That is the planning study, the planning boundary for BBCR. And it's a large planning boundary. It incorporates a lot.
Is that like all of Miami-Dade County?
Pretty close. It's pretty close to it. All the developed parts. So one of the major challenges in this area also is what you've also heard is the water budget, tight water budget, right? It's having water where you need it or stored, and how you can get it to the coast, and how you can get it to the coast in a very dense urban development. And how you would do that either in the existing canal system, do you need storage? But what I would kind of like to point out with this, and it's kind of listed on the right side of the slide, these are the 5 components that make up the BBCR study, which also includes Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Phase 2 and C-111 Spreader Canal Phase 2. Plus it includes South Miami-Dade County reuse, West Miami-Dade reuse, and the North Lake Belt storage. The clarification that I'd like to make between those Yellow Book components that make up the planning study, we have other Yellow Book components that reside within the boundary but are not officially a part of this study, that will actually be in the next one that's coming up in Southern Everglades, which I'll also touch upon. However, as the project delivery team has been talking in public meetings, what you may hear is that they are looking at potential, I would say, project features that may be placed upon some Yellow Book components like Pensuco Wetlands or Bird Drive Recharge Area. While those may not be a part of the official study, those Yellow Book components lie within the planning boundary. And so you'll hear the project delivery team sometimes talk about they may put a project feature maybe in Bird Drive Recharge Area and some of their alternatives, but that would also still be compatible with the use of Bird Drive Recharge Area, and it would not preclude Bird Drive Recharge Area from being put into the Southern Everglades. And so whatever those features and some of those alternatives may be, they will be compatible with the future study and the intended use of that land. So I hope I clarified that a little bit. I know sometimes it's not easy, but we'll touch upon it again when I get to Southeastern. Okay, so what is the vision for BBCR? Again, it's pretty basic, keeping Everglades water within the Everglades. So going back to that seepage management, that actually John was referring to a little earlier about, with the South Dade system, and we keep returning water. Improving coastal wetlands and the nearshore wetlands with sheet flow. So again, it's just like some of the objectives out of Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands is how can we get additional freshwater flows over to Biscayne Bay to rehydrate some of those freshwater wetlands, restore those ecologic and hydrologic connectivity that has been lost, right? Are there opportunities to store water in some areas? They're looking at that as well. And then they're also evaluating, could they supplement regional water budget with reuse water?
Can I ask a question before you switch slides, Chairman? Can you show me, Ms. Leeds, where in the footprint, inside the big red footprint, where would you find the proposed 800-acre industrial development outside the BDU?
Let me go back. This a little better?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I believe that is down by.
Is it inside the red?
It is. It is within inside the magenta boundary. It's on the southern end.
And just so you'll know.
Oh yeah, north of the Homestead Air Force Base.
He's only just marking an X. I'll show it. I'll show you. He made a circle.
Yeah.
He didn't write anything but a circle. Okay. Okay. All right. So is it possible that we need that land or some of that land for BBC?
So, yeah. So our project managers and our project teams took a look at that, and that property is within the study area for BBC. And they are considering some of those areas for measures that may be needed for habitats, or management measures that could make use of that property for restoration of Biscayne Bay. So the project delivery team is looking at management measures within those areas.
What I understood you to say is because it's so densely populated, there really isn't a lot of room left for us to do the kind of water features and move the water and hold the water the way we need to. So any land like that we could possibly have access to would be beneficial.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll just quickly kind of go over the objectives again for BBC. You know, one of the primary objectives, again, to restore salinity regimes, right? Minimize some of those point source canal releases back into sheet flow. Look at, you know, the freshwater wetland water depths, the ponding of it, but also like the duration and the distribution of those freshwater flows. And again, like we talked about, another primary objective is to restore those ecologic and hydrologic connectivity as another major objective in this planning study, along with looking at sea level change resiliency. And kind of how we get to that too is by being able to provide those freshwater flows to those coastal wetlands. Okay, so where is this planning study in the process? Where are they now, and what's been going on? So, the team's been working these past 2 years evaluating the water budget. One of the challenges that they had is they needed to make sure that their modeling tools that right now can assess project benefits, like terrestrial, like overland flow. Also with nearshore and salinity regimes, right? So they need to be able to make sure that as they're modeling, coming up with those management measures, that they're basing their alternatives on good science, right? And making sure that we can come out with the best possible project. So I know this particular planning study is taking a little bit longer than what everybody wants, but the team kind of needed to take the time to do that. Right now, they're also have been in developing alternatives. So like we talked about a little bit earlier, you will hear, if you ever listen to the project delivery teams, that some of the alternatives may have a project feature sitting within the Bird Drive recharge area, right? So that's what they're doing right now. They're getting ready to go through that initial screening of alternatives. And that's upcoming. Right now it says initial alternative screening between January 21 and November 21, but they're still doing some work with that, right? Want to make sure that they, get everything in there that they need to get in. And they want to make sure that whatever they're doing in BBC will also be compatible with the Southern Everglades study. One thing I would like to note on this slide, that this planning project is targeting WRDA 2026. I know that seems far out, but we have other projects, that are targeting WRDA 2022. And so this is the way too, that we kind of keep planning studies and projects going and going on the IDS. Everyone always asks, how do you get the next projects going on the IDS? Well, this is it. Making sure that we're targeting WRDAs with these planning projects and getting those projects onto the IDS so we can implement it and do the good work that we've been tasked to do.
Can I add to that, Jennifer?
Please.
So authorization is critically important. That has to happen. There's a July, October, 2023 timeframe where a tentatively selected plan gets identified. It's when they publish a tentatively selected plan, that's when we can actually start signing a pre-project credit agreement and start moving out and implementing projects if we so desire. So that's what we're waiting for the Western Everglades, is for that to get done so we can start doing some of the work down the L28. But that unleashes the district's power, right? So there are earlier timeframes in waiting for WRDA. Thanks.
Is there a process or a method? So we're in the planning stage, and I don't want to make it about any land use applicant. It doesn't matter which applicant it is. If there is an upzoning project and it's hundreds of acres of land that is going through the process of asking to be upzoned, which ultimately would give value. Am I close enough? Which ultimately would add value. Typically upzoning, at just for those of you who enjoy land use, typically when you upzone land, like I do, which makes me so much fun, typically when you upzone land, you add value to it. So if you upzone this unplatted property, which now my understanding, or I could get, it doesn't matter which property, is there a method by which we say, we're in the planning process, let's look around at what's going on and let's zoom in and say, wait a minute, this commission or that commission, I think we might need that for this project or that project? Or do we just wait and let it run its course and then spend more money for it once it's...
Yeah, I mean, so there is, during that whole process, engagements with all agencies and so forth, and that's our opportunity to tell them what's going on, right? And so usually when we get those kind of engagements, we do tell them there's a sort planning process, these things are in play, and kind of lay the foundation for them so they can take that into consideration.
And I'm sorry, I'm not communicating really well. I'm babbling because I don't want to make it about any applicant. It's a general policy question when especially when we're working in an area that's built out, so built out. Is there a way? That's all. Is there a way to kind of preserve our options as we figure it out?
Okay, so yeah, as Drew pointed out, the tentatively selected plan, that's, once we get that and we have the approval to that, that gives us the ability to sign a PPCA, and we can move out part of those project elements, and then we're to 2026 for this planning study. Okay, so the last project I want to touch upon, it hasn't started yet. There's been no scoping meetings. We haven't kicked this one out of the gate yet. But it is on the integrated delivery schedule. If you look down on the very bottom of it in the white part, you'll see something called the Southern Everglades Planning Study. And that one is due to kick off in 2023. We don't have a month yet, but we'll look at when we can start that, but it will be in the year 2023. And what I have on the slide, I listed all of the Yellow Book components that are going to go into that study, and I believe there's 9 of them. So a lot of the remaining components in Miami-Dade, Broward, there's some decompartmentalization in Area 3. All of that will then be considered in Southern Everglades. And the distinction I want to make is the previous planning study, BBCR, focuses on eastern Miami-Dade, right, and getting water into Biscayne Bay, looking at the water budget out to that magenta line, so just to the western part of the built-out area of Miami-Dade, and delivering those fresh waters to the coast. Southern Everglades Planning Study then also focuses on the eastern part of Everglades National Park, Area 3, and that water budget there, working in concert with BBC, keeping seepage in Everglades National Park, moving water, down to the southern part of the system and into Florida Bay. So even though the planning boundaries will look like they have overlap, they also are focusing on different parts of the system. So again, this is a future planning study that's coming up. 2023, we'll kick this one off. And again, the project delivery teams that we put together for these planning studies, I just want to reiterate, even though it's a 50-50 partnership between the Corps and the Water Management District, when we do these planning efforts, the project delivery teams are made up of other additional federal, state, and local agencies. So a lot of people are in these project delivery teams, which again is an advantage to us because we can then work with those stakeholders who know those areas the best, leverage their expertise and knowledge, and then there are the other stakeholders who bring their passion and their advocacy for these projects and make them stronger efforts. So with that, when we do planning projects, and speaking to the lands part of it, when we do planning, it is critically important that we have lands and that we have lands to use for restoration efforts. It's important to our coastal ecosystems, it's important to our natural resources, it's important to our Everglades systems to have those lands that can be incorporated into these restoration projects and be protected. They provide critical habitat for endangered species, and so it's important that we have those available to us. And we want to be able to, Ms. Mead's point, be able to hold on to those assets while we are in the planning process, make that assessment, assess the project, assess where our needs are at while we're in the planning process, look at the ecological and restoration benefits that those lands will provide to the project to make that determination as we're going through the planning process. So with that, we have a resolution for the board to consider.
Great. Thanks very much, Ms. Leeds. I'd like to take public comment now, and then we'll go to board comment. And if
Thank
Rosie,
you,
if
Mr.
there's-
Chairman. We have about a half dozen, starting with Rock Salt, followed by Eve Samples, and then Alberto Arad.
Well, it's great to be here. Thanks. My name is Rock Salt. I am a board member of Tropical Audubon Society, and I'm here on behalf of Tropical Audubon with my remarks today. It's been a long time since I've been in person in front of this board, and as I look around, I see Newton Cook and me as people I remember from the bad old days. And it just means that we were gray hair, I guess, and have been doing this a while. Back when I was involved in the Governor's Commission, we talked about quality, quantity, timing, and distribution of water. We don't hear that so much anymore because it's embedded in everything and it's understood. All of that leading to flow and understanding that what we're talking about is not a project but a system restoration. And it's frustrating sometimes when we start looking at a piece outside the context of the whole. And Colonel Roman alluded to that a little bit when she was talking about we got to remember that a drop of water, I actually came here to talk about the Bird Dry Basin. I thought that was, that's going to be, and I will mention that a little bit. But if you think about the Bird Dry Basin, the water in the Bird Dry Basin can recharge the well fields. It can be diverted over into Biscayne Bay. It can be sent out into the central Everglades, down around to the Glades. Ultimately could come across the transverse glades around into southern Biscayne Bay. So when we're thinking about it in terms of the eastern part or the western part, it's all, to me, it's all, we've always got to be thinking about this as a system. When Mr. Butler was talking about the curtain wall down south, one of the alternatives that they're looking at, it's my favorite one really, is to backfill the C-111 and put a curtain wall in around the bottom of it, of the farmland down there to protect the farmers and provide for a net, so the engineers don't have to engineer the hydraulic ridge and all that. The water just flows for that. As an example, I would say that going back, and I'll finish with Bird Drive Basin. I believe Bird Drive Basin is one of those middle of the wheel pieces, because of its central location, it becomes the place where we can achieve all those benefits that I alluded to just a second ago. Northern Biscayne Bay potentially bleeding off, routing water off to the east in the northern part of the bay, allowing it to groundwater recharge into the well fields in that part, have habitat on its own, as well as into the main part of the system. That's what I wanted to say. I absolutely support your resolution to protect these lands. Ms. Mead's comment about these could be the really important pieces that we need for our success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. Eve Samples, followed by Alberto Aran, and then Kelly Cox.
Good afternoon. It feels very meaningful to be here in Miami-Dade County, where almost 3 million residents live within close proximity to Everglades National Park, Biscayne National Park, the National Marine Sanctuary, and it's because of that confluence of natural beauty that our founder at Friends of the Everglades, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, created our organization in 1969 to preserve it. So I'm Eve Samples, I'm the executive director, and Rock set the stage perfectly for what I'd like to say. Friends of the Everglades is fully supportive of protecting and retaining land acquired for Everglades restoration purposes, specifically any property within the footprint of SERP projects. Bird Drive Basin is of particular significance right now. To understand why, we need to revisit history. Back in 2012, a staff presentation at the district and a resolution that accompanied it raised the possibility of surplusing some Bird Drive Basin land that's owned by the district and encumbered by the federal government. In 2018, after a 6-lane highway known as the 836 extension was proposed through Bird Drive Basin wetlands, the district wrote a letter to Dade County acknowledging potential impact on the Everglades, yet signaling only a narrow strip of the Bird Drive Basin would be needed for SERP. And we believe that was a premature conclusion and one that's been disingenuously used by folks who want to build on Bird Drive Basin and use this taxpayer-owned property for that purpose instead of restoration. So all of that occurred under previous governing boards, and we have a new day today. This governing board has been much more focused on Everglades restoration from day one. So today, we support this resolution. We see it as an opportunity to preserve future lands needed for Everglades restoration. And we think it's really important to clearly state that all lands within the Bird Drive Basin should be preserved for future restoration purposes if needed. The fact that this resolution is on the agenda at all proves that you see the value in protecting the Bird Drive Basin. Taxpayers paid for these parcels because they are needed. Thank you for supporting this resolution. We hope you do, and for retaining them for public benefit, these lands now and in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Samples. Mr. Aran, you're recognized to speak, followed by Kelly Cox and then Laura Reynolds.
Thank you so much. I was super nervous last time I spoke. My knees were shaking. Just want to put that out there. Thanks for that. I just want to thank all the staff, all the amazing work that you guys do. It's really incredible, and I've learned so much over the past months just tuning in and hearing everything that you guys are saying and all the deep knowledge that you're providing for the public. It's been helpful for me in understanding everything and to help gather a bigger picture of everything that we're doing. So thank you. Yeah. So I wanted to give a little bit of color to the bay itself. I've been in the bay kayaking and everything for a long time, fishing. When I was a kid, I used to go shrimping up in the bay by Miami Beach where we've lost 80% of our seagrass since 2012. And in the area that we're looking at now, which is really outflow into Biscayne National Park, right? Miami-Dade County did a seagrass study, and that section of the area wasn't included in the study. But if you just go online, because satellites are up in the sky, and do a time lapse using Google Earth, you can still see, it's a very clear visual presentation. You can just press play and see how from 1984 up, I think the data goes to 2016, that's online. You can see that, and I'm happy to send any of those videos if it's helpful for you. But what I also want to say is that in December 10th of 2020, that Miami-Dade County put out a septic tank study that I think is very valuable. It has millions of gallons a day that are running through the system. It has nitrogen and phosphorus measurements. And when we look at ag runoff, it's only located down in that area. The rest of it is obviously septic for a majority of the portion of it. But I just wanted to say that if we look at this 800 acre project, right, it's at the mouth of the C-102 canal. And historically, we have the Miami Rock Ridge we're all living on, and we've essentially dynamited canals through it, right, so that we can drain it and lower the water table. We don't have freshwater springs coming out of Biscayne Bay anymore. But the point in saying that is that this piece of land is something that provides us an opportunity to clean the agricultural runoff that's entering the bay. Shrimping used to happen, and all these other recreational fishing activities used to happen in the northern bay. We've lost the seagrass, it's not there. Shrimping has now moved onto the national park. There is like commercial fishing that's happening on these lands that has been moved from other areas. So, this is slowly shrinking and dying. In parts of northern Biscayne Bay, I have friends that go swimming every week or two in the water, and there's E. coli in the water. It's gross, and so I think it's important and key. I'll stop talking. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Oren. Kelly Cox, you're recognized to speak, followed by Laura Reynolds and then Jose Gonzalez.
Thank you so much. Kelly Cox, Director of Everglades Policy with Audubon, Florida. And we'd also like to speak in favor of the resolution today. The Bird Drive Basin presents a really important conservation opportunity for Miami-Dade County and for the Everglades writ large. And we've known this for some time. It's been included in the Yellow Book from the inception of SERP. And it still has significant promise for this region. By including this land in the footprint of BBC or other Everglades restoration projects, we can recharge groundwater, support flood attenuation, increase water deliveries, and flow south. And our scientists out of the Audubon Everglades Science Center down in Tavernier recently released our State of the Slough report. And that report really catalogs our data that we've compiled over the course of the year, looking at hydrologic conditions in Taylor's Slough and Florida Bay. And what we know and what the science from reports like that tells us is that projects like the Bird Drive Basin and these wetland projects are really meaningful for treating water and providing storage and moving that water south where it's needed most. So with that, I encourage you all to pass this resolution today, and I'm very grateful for your consideration of these important conservation needs in Miami-Dade County. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Laura Reynolds, you're recognized to speak, followed by Jose Gonzalez.
Can Jose go first? Just kidding. Good afternoon, Laura Reynolds. First, I'd like to say, again, thank you for having this on the agenda. This is it for Biscayne Bay. These are the two projects that are going to help Biscayne Bay, and so they couldn't be more important. I just wanted to say we left all the benefits in BBC. So phase one is just a beginning, and most of the new water for Biscayne Bay was left for the BBC project. And I remember when that project was split in two at the PDT meeting, almost 20 years ago now. And so we're really wanting more water and more clean water for the bay. And one of the best ways we can do that is increasing the spatial extent of wetlands. And so I handed out a map to you earlier, and I don't know if I'm going to have time to talk about it because I was going to do that under ecological conditions. But the map in front of you shows just how critical the property in the BBC area, on the coastal area, is for the ecological conditions. It shows it's at the bottleneck of the 102 basin, as an example. So because Mr. Wagner said, oh, this is the best map, I decided to hand it out to you. So you have a copy of it. Of course, I want to make sure that everybody understands that the Bird Dry Basin is critical to connecting the water to the coastal area. So if you have that East Coast buffer, you're bringing the water south, we have to get it across over to the coastal area. So not only do you have to protect the Bird Dry Basin, which I applaud you for doing today, you also have to protect those coastal areas so you can bring the water to Biscayne Bay and create that storage. And I think as we create seepage barrier walls, we want to make sure we have that recharge for not only the well field, but also on the coastal area to help protect us from sea level rise. So I'd ask you today to just make one slight change to your resolution. And the reason I do that is just because I want to make sure we achieve the benefits that were outlined in the Yellow Book. So if you look at your resolution, there's a sentence that says, until those lands and project components have been incorporated into the SIR project, the implementation report or the board has determined the lands are no longer needed, then I would say to achieve the benefits described in the Yellow Book. So not only are you protecting the land from surplusing, you are committing to, which you've already done in several other places, so this would just be restating it, you're committing to achieving the benefits described in the Yellow Book for each component. And it would apply to the entire footprint. And so that change would really make a difference in how this resolution, I think, would carry. So thank you for considering that.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Our last public commenter on this item is Jose Gonzalez.
So good afternoon. Probably, when they say one of these things is I have something in common with the rest. So I'm part of the development team that's actually doing the project, right? The one that's being in question. First of all, my name is Jose Gonzalez. Address 700 Northwest 1st Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33134. And, we agree with the project. We don't have anything against BBC here. I think it's a great project. They're pinning economic development and progress in an area that's been planned like that. This just didn't happen yesterday. It's been done for many years with a project that's going to be great for the environment. And they're not mutually exclusive. And one of the things that I wanted to give is a history of this area. So this area is in the urban expansion area.
Which project are you
I'm referring to the 800 acres, the South Day Logistics Center.
Okay, thanks.
And so the South Day Logistics Center is that industrial project that has an application to expand the UDB in an urban expansion area. And Miami-Dade County's UDB is not a line that's held forever. It's a planning tool. And in that, they created the urban expansion areas. They said when something is no longer available within the UDB, you can expand for those uses outside. And that's the process that we're in. In the EAR process, which is the Evaluations Appraisals Report that the county did a couple of years ago in 2019, the county commission took this area and looked at this area on all the urban expansion areas and said, we need to evaluate what's going to go in these areas. Because of the location of this area, what they did is they stripped it of residential and said, we only want to have commercial and industrial uses in this area. That was passed by the county commission. That's part of their official CDMP. So that's set off to private landowners. By the way, all of this land is privately owned, being farmed today by farmers. And it's not only 800 acres, it's over 2,000 acres in the urban expansion area. And so when we went and filed an application, We filed it through the normal course of the county, and actually it's a concurrent process. The county rewrote its rules of how you do UEB applications to show an extensive analysis of what this does. And then all of a sudden, this year, we became part of the BBC and said, well, this area is going to be identified for that. That's fine. You can identify that maybe on district lands, on public lands, but on private lands, you can identify it, but there are private property rights that these owners have a right to follow a process. And so people were mixing that, wait a minute, you can't do this project because of BBC and putting us against each other. And we disagree. We are not impacting the C102 canal. We're not impacting any water flows. We have our own experts showing how it all can work together. There's existing development all around. The map that they showed shows development all around. What we like to make sure is we love to come back and give a full presentation from the development team side and the engineering and really share that protecting
Mr.
our
Gonzalez,
environment.
if you could wrap up your comments.
Yeah. Protecting the environment and creating economic development are not mutually exclusive of each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Chairman, I do not have any more comment cards for this item.
Great. Thank you, Rosie, and thank you all for your comments. Since Mr. Butler taught me that we're supposed to have something on the floor before we have discussion, I'm going to let Charlie read his, read if you have a resolution, Charlie, you want to read?
I do.
Into the record, and then we can entertain a motion for that.
So I would like to move that that we approve Resolution 2021-1213, a resolution of the Governing Board of the South Florida Water Management District reaffirming district commitment to the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan and to retain district lands in certain proposed SERP components, providing an effective date.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Well, you, Charlotte.
Well, I'll second it.
It's all yours.
Going to run with seconds. Is there further discussion? Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple of things I wanted to touch on. Thank you, staff, for putting this resolution together. I think it's important, the resolution, for a number of things. One of them being that it seems like back in 2012, there was a concept introduced to the board back then, having to do with creating a flowway along the western fringes of the Bird-Dry Basin. And even though that concept never really formally became part of SERP, unfortunately, it created somewhat of a false narrative that I've been hearing. Been hearing things such as the South Florida Waterman District has abandoned part of the Bird-Dry Basin, or that we have lands that are going to be surplused. And I just want to make sure that everybody knows that nothing could be further from the truth. When the district buys land for SERP projects, it takes on a very arduous and very complicated and painstaking long process. And we have to allow that process to play out. There's a reason why SERP is the world's largest environmentally project to be taken on in the whole world. And when Jennifer Reynolds gets together with her team, and they get together with Colonel Polk, and they get together with the project delivery team, that takes a long time. It takes many years, along with the project delivery team, of meeting with all stakeholders to make sure that we get it right, because these are big projects that cost a lot of money, right? I mean, we as a board approve projects of $585 million. And so we got to get it right. So it's not simple. The Bird-Dry Basin has its own skill set and benefits that it offers all our professionals, and whether it's that it helps to reduce the seepage from the Everglades National Park, or whether it helps to recharge the well fields in that area, send water down south to our South Dade conveyance system, or simply for its intrinsic value of being wetlands, which sometimes we forget has a great value all in its own. So I just want to make sure that as we embark on this process and as we continue on this process, that our staff in the district, and as they partner up with our federal partner and the whole project delivery team, that they know that there's no handcuffs, there's no constraints. You are to use every single tool in the shed to achieve the best results possible. And that means every single acre within the footprint of the Bird Dry Basin. Because it's not for anybody else to say that it's going to be for sale or that it's abandoned. It's for you to determine whether it can provide the benefits that we need for this project. The second item, and this is more of an ask, I guess, to my fellow Dade Countyans and the leaders that have a say-so on the things that are done. We have a plan. The BBC and the Southern Everglades plan is real, and we can't screw it up this time. This is the way in which we restore fresh water to our coastal wetlands. This is the way in which we hopefully start to make that saltwater intrusion line go back to the water instead of letting it continue to creep inland. And most importantly, it helps to restore the Biscayne aquifer, which we all depend on for drinking water. So while it's all very complicated and very few people understand all these projects and the details of it, in my simple mind, I understand two very important concepts. And that is single discharge is bad and sheet flow is good. And so I'm asking our leaders in Dade County, if you have large swaths of vacant land that have been identified by this project delivery team as a possibility to be used in this project, please let it stay vacant. Because the only way we can get fresh water is by letting it go the way nature intended it, through sheet flow, letting it go slowly, letting nature clean it up so that eventually when it gets to Biscayne Bay, it's not dirty and it can mix in with the rest of the water there, and we achieve the right salinity levels at the different areas of that bay. So that is my ask. As the last gentleman, Jose, said, economic growth and the protection of our environment are not mutually exclusive. They have to coexist, but we must each of those must respect each other. That's all I got to say, Mr.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Any other board members? Ms. Means.
Could I ask staff about the difference between the wording in our ordinance and the difference in the wording in Ms. Reynolds' ordinance? Are they equivalent? Is one better than the other? Or are we okay with it the way we are? I wouldn't really be the one to know.
Am I green? Yep. Okay. So the meaningfully not a huge difference. What we we could probably parse it apart and really try to think about it. I think I'd have to do a sentence diagram or something to figure out if it limits us or not. At the end of the day, the board, with any land decision, the board has to make that decision, right? And they have to make that decision with all the factors involved and whether it's CERT benefits or not, whether we need to hold it or not. So you need to make that decision. I think I get a little nervous. We noticed this resolution a week ago, and trying to change it from the dais. I get a little nervous about that, right? But I think everyone knows that the CERT benefits. That's what we're here to achieve, right?
I understand.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Means. Anyone else? Mr. Olepich.
Thank you. I see that Mr. Mitnick isn't in the room, but I'll go ahead and I just would like to clarify this because it's kind of confusing to me. First of all, it's great to be down here and learn so much, and I feel like I'm a little bit out of my element, which is good because it makes me listen really hard. But I come from a place around the St. Lucie River where there's a lot of contention about things all the time, and I feel totally plugged in. So I feel like I'm missing a few pieces here when some of the information comes forward, so I'm going to do the best I can. First of all, when we look at this map on page 10 that Mr. Mitnick puts together, I was just curious, like this BBC, the circle that you showed in the area that was outlined, it looks like we're pushing the water away in every direction. Like that big red arrow, it says 1,368,000 acre feet of water to tide. Right above here. Is that right? So is that water just going out to sea? Okay, I mean, unbelievable. Okay, that's the biggest number on this chart by far. Okay, I mean, off the chart, literally. 1,368,000 acre feet of water to tide just this year, May 1st, 2021 to December 8th, 2021. And then you look at the green arrows, and I can't add those up, but right now it's 283, 315, 355, not as big of numbers as the red arrow, but that's also worthy amounts of water. And so we're moving water away on the west coast and we're moving water away on the east coast. And all I'm hearing is just interesting because it's the opposite of what I come from. We have too much water in the St. Lucie River, but it's like you're moving all the water already away from here. And the water budget is limited. I'm like, I see, there's kind of a disconnect here. So for me, it would seem like if I went to the Bird Drive Basin when the iHeartRadio antenna situation arose, and that was a big deal for me. I mean, I voted to put an antenna along, in the Bird Drive Basin. Okay, right, the rest of the antennas, but it wasn't something that I would normally support, but I did it, I thought, for BBC. I did it for the project. I did it for the greater whole. I did it so the SERP project could move forward, and I think that's part of what we're talking about here today. And that's what we all have to do, is sometimes do things, there's a trade-off. It's the way the world works. So, but it seems like certain things you can't trade off. And when I walked that Bird Drive Basin with Mr. Collins to see that land, it was remarkable because we had rubber boots on and we walked through the sawgrass that was there. There was some, and we walked through all the invasive plants and we walked through the other plants. And there was water on the ground, like, a foot of water, maybe a foot and a half of water. I mean, there was water, and you could see like the oolite on the ground or the marl, whatever was left. Maybe the peat had been evaporated or something, but it was there. You know what I mean? It was amazing. Underneath all the melaleuca, nature was there. The water was there in it, and it does seem, I think this is what Charlie was talking about, that this is it. This is really important. And I know it doesn't say it on anything that's written, but even though we don't have the yellow book mentioned, it is in our resolution that including components, I'm sorry, I'm a little off here, including those district lands within the Bird Drive Basin, including those district lands within the Bird Drive Basin. I mean, that's in our resolution. And so I absolutely support this today. And I think that we should protect Bird Drive Basin, and we should also be looking, at how much water we are pushing away just north and west of these areas, so these poor people don't have to be on a water budget like this. And if I'm misspeaking, please forgive me, but I'm doing the best I can in an area I'm no expert. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Lipich. Vice Chair?
Yes, first, we have a lot of people that come here to speak, give positions on their respective situations vis-a-vis things that come before us, and mostly everybody is a very impressive, qualified person. But today I think it's take a moment to recognize Colonel Rock Salt, who is a West Point graduate and former colonel, served the Army Corps of Engineers. Go Army, beat Navy. Yep. And I think served in the Department of Interior and spent nearly his entire life in service of this country and this community. And so I take a moment to thank you, sir. I have to say that this particular agenda item has somehow become one of the most confusing agenda items I've not the presentation, but the fallout, I guess, from it's a little bit confusing. It's confusing to me. I mean, we heard people come here, presentations. I think for some reason this has triggered some sort of. I am a little bit confused. I would like to get a little bit of clarity. So, in the briefing materials that we received, I have two different sort of resolutions, if you will. One is a resolution in the presentation saying a resolution of the governing board of the South Florida Water Management District reaffirming district commitment to the comprehensive Everglades restoration plan, which I think we kind of reaffirm every single time we're in here, and to retain district lands in certain proposed SERP components. Okay. Then is a little bit different, I think, is the resolution that's currently on the table, right? Well, the language is different. So I
think in the
just for clarity
on the slide language is supposed to be equivalent to the title language of the resolution. I can't confirm whether it is or isn't.
Okay. Charlie, did you read this one? Yeah. Okay. This is the one that has the words Bird Drive Basin in it.
What page are you looking at, please?
Okay. All right. I just want to know what we're voting on.
Yeah, the one I've got doesn't have bird.
It's labeled as a draft.
So, Mr. Wagner,
Full resolution is on page 206.
Hang on. Let's just get clarity on this thing. There is a slide in the presentation at number 18, okay, which is different from the resolution at page 206 in the packet. Which one are we voting on?
The full resolution.
The 206.
Yes, the full resolution, and it would have been better if the whole thing had been on there, even if it's small, because it's missing like 3/4 of what is important on it. Sorry.
Would it help if we read?
By
Would
the
it
way,
help
I
if
don't
we
think
read the whole
either
thing into the?
I don't think either are objectionable,
Read it?
but I just want to be clear on where.
I think it would be, since it's not on the screen. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Martinez, if you could read the whole
Absolutely.
resolution.
I would love
that
to.
You made your motion.
So I already read the first part. I'm not going to read that one. Okay, I'll read the whole thing.
Hold on, Mr. Martinez, 1 second. Ms. Levine.
I think maybe the issue is that in the agenda, the resolution is referenced as a portion of the resolution that is actually in the packet, the full resolution. And I believe that is what Governing Board Member Martinez read. He read the full resolution.
No, I didn't read the full, but I would like to if
read part
if,
of it.
if the chairman would. if you're okay with that?
Mr. Martinez, please.
Okay, so here we go. Resolution number 2021-1213, a resolution of the Governing Board of South Florida Water Management District reaffirming district commitments to the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan and to retain district lands in certain proposed SERP projects, providing an effective date. Whereas the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan provides a framework for restoration and of the natural system under Section 601 of the Water Resources Development Act of 2000. And whereas SERP, as planned in the 1999 Comprehensive Review Study, includes 68 project components that work together to restore, preserve, and protect the South Florida ecosystem while providing for other water-related needs of the region. And whereas the district anticipates the planning of outstanding SERP project components, such as the Bird Drive recharge area, making it prudent to maintain all assets. And whereas the district continues its commitment to retain and make available its land for SERP project components in accordance with the responsibility of the non-federal sponsor. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Governing Board of the South Florida Water Management District, Section 1, the district will not surplus lands acquired for SERP project components within the boundaries of the Biscayne Bay Southern Everglades Ecosystem Restoration Study and the Southern Everglades Planning Study, including those district lands within the Bird Drive Basin, until those lands and project components have been incorporated into a SERP project implementation report, or the board has determined the lands are no longer needed. In Section 2, this resolution shall take effect immediately upon adoption, passed and adopted this 9th day of December 2021.
Very good, Charlie.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Vice Chair, you have any further questions?
No, I think that the only comments I will make is that I mean, we've heard from some people on some certain different items, and I'm certainly sensitive to some of the issues that were raised. But to me, the way that I read this is that we are not going to surplus lands that we currently own, sell them until A, they are part of a SERP project, or B, we conclusively determine that they're no longer needed. And I think that basically is reaffirming and capturing an issue that has been raised and maybe come out in some articles or whatever, saying somehow referencing that we've abandoned SERP projects somewhere, which, as far as I know, we have not. So that with that clarity, I mean, I think that this, you know, all due respect to some of our speakers here, I think those comments are well taken, which is that some of the land being discussed, we don't own. So that's not really what I think this resolution necessarily captures, but we're talking about land we own, and that we're not going to surplus it until we implement it in a SERP project or definitively determine as a board that it's not needed. And I'm totally cool with that, so I'll vote yes.
Any further discussion? If not, we're going to call that question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Next on the agenda. We'll go a little further north. Ms. Reynolds, Lower Kissimmee Basin Stormwater Treatment Area Project.
All right. Well, it's exciting to be here to talk about a project, not just a planning study, not a project you've already approved, but a project you have the opportunity to move forward into the next phase with this presentation and this resolution today. And so I need to transition your mind from the southern end of the system to a little farther north, north of the lake, and transition you from SERP back to the triangle. Because as we look north of the lake, the triangle is really important. And for those who haven't been following maybe every one of our meetings, as we talk about the triangle, what am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about some of our partners that are really important as we look at water quality challenges, as we look at implementing projects within the Everglades system. And in addition to our federal partners, we have really important state partners that make up the triangle, and that's the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. And here in the room with us today, we do have Adam Blaylock from DEP, and we also have Chris Pettit on the line. Normally, he's available to answer questions. He is on the line with us today, but because of the platform we're using, it's not possible for him to answer directly, but he did let me know that he's available, and if I need to text him quickly, he will quickly text back and answer if you guys have questions for him today. So I wanted to let you know about that. So, the Lower Kissimmee Basin Stormwater Treatment Project. I want to remind you about the problem and the opportunity that we have with this project. We know that we have a lot of nutrients flowing into Lake Okeechobee, and they're coming from a basin of about 3.5 million acres north of the lake. And as you look at this map, I know it's like microscopic and everybody needs not only their glasses, but maybe a microscope or telescope in order to see things. So we color-coded the map, and so you don't need to be able to read all of everything on it. And I'm gonna try and talk to you a little bit about the map, but in a way that is hopefully easy to understand and easy for people who are looking at the slides online or listening to us can understand as well. On this picture, there's part of the area that's shaded in an orangey color. That is representative of the Upper Kissimmee Basin, the Lower Kissimmee Basin, and a portion of both the Indian Prairie Basin as well as the Taylor Creek Nub and Slough Basin. When we were looking at a project that could have significant impact north of the lake, we were looking at something sited so that all of that orange area could be treated. Because all of that orange area bottlenecks right there at the lake where you see that dark, bold black line. And so as we looked at an opportunity working with our Triangle partners for something that could make a really big difference and move the needle in a meaningful way for water quality north of the lake, that was the location we were looking at. But we didn't own any land there. And so we didn't have anybody beating down the door in Stephen's office offering to sell us land in order to do a water quality treatment project. And so we were thinking about, well, what else can we do? How can we unleash some creativity across our agencies and leverage the creativity in industry to solve this problem and to help us solve this problem? And so in March, we issued a request for proposal to solicit proposals for an innovative type of project that really geared to unleash this idea of creativity across the industry and deliver a project in a new and different way. And so we looked at proposals to treat water in that location, but deliver it to us in a way that was like a turnkey stormwater treatment area. So to have someone else do the work for us, find the land, develop the concept, design the project, construct the project, operate the project, prove it works, deliver it to us. We haven't done this before. We weren't sure what we were going to get. We got 2 proposals. And so back in May, we came to the governing board and asked for your approval to enter into negotiations with the shortlisted firms in ranked order. And so we started negotiations with that first company, and I'll use EIP as their acronym. The entire name of their company is listed there on the slide. So we entered into negotiations with EIP. And we weren't sure how this was going to work out. And as you can tell, it's December. It's taken us a little while to work through this because it's something different. And it's something that we had to work through a lot of specifics on how are we going to build the framework for a contract that would allow us to realize this vision. And again, their concept looked good. The location looked good. but we needed to develop a contract that changed from the way we normally do business, the way we usually deliver a project, which is Stephen finds us some land, we conceive a project, then we spend time designing a project, then we move that project into Alan's shop and he constructs us a project. We come back to the governing board, to ask for your approval in order to build the project. We build the project, then we turn it over to land management to operate the project. We make some modifications because every time you operate a project, you find things that didn't quite work the way you thought it would, and then you gotta, make a few adjustments, and then we gotta come back. Maybe we have to come back with another construction element or a change order or a this or a that, and you gotta work through all that stuff. And then at the end of it, we've got a functioning project that we have to maintain. But it takes some time to go through all of that. So how do we negotiate something like that that puts the risk and the responsibility on industry, on EIP, to deliver that for us? And so what we're looking at is, a hybrid stormwater treatment area capable of removing phosphorus at an annual rate in the targeted reductions needed in those basins. That includes the runoff from the basins in which the project is actually located, which I'll name the basins, but I know you probably can't read them on your map, but it's the S154 and S154C basins. So as you're looking at that map, you can kind of see a little square right at that confluence where everything comes together at the top of that dark black line. Can I go back to, on this map? So see that dark black line that enters the lake, you can see a little square off to the right-hand side of the top of that black line. That's the S154C basin. And so this project is located in that confluence of where that little where that dark black line is and where that little black square is. So that's about where we're talking about. It's about 3,400 acres. And we're looking at a reduction needed just in those basins alone of 15 to 16 metric tons annually. That's not to include all of the reductions needed in that entire orange shaded area. So if you combine all of that area, that's about 50% of the total phosphorus load that goes into Lake Okeechobee. So we have an opportunity with this project to potentially target, not be able to remove all of that, right? We're only talking 3,400 acres. So we're not going to be able to remove all of that load. But depending on where the rain falls and where the runoff is coming from, it all ends up here. And this project will not only target the reductions from specifically the 154 and 154C basins, right, direct runoff right into this property, but also has the opportunity to pull water from the C38 canal, the Kissimmee River, that's receiving runoff from that entire orange shaded area all year round. So no matter where the rain falls in the upper Kissimmee Basin, in the lower Kissimmee Basin, or directly on these basins where the project is located, this project has the opportunity to treat it. And so we can maximize the treatment and flow through opportunities at this specific location. Really critical. And so as we look at how this project will be designed and constructed, and we work with EIP in order to make this project a reality, it's really important that in our framework, they're responsible for making sure it works. So they're going to design it, they're going to construct it, but then they're also going to operate it for 5 years. And they're going to prove it works. And we're only going to pay them when it works. And if it's not working, they've got to modify it. They've got to make it work. And then achieve the reductions necessary. And so that's all included in our framework for this contract. And so how is it framed out, and what are you agreeing to today should you approve this resolution? This contract is structured in 2 phases. Phase 1 has 2 parts, and the resolution today that we're asking you to consider is approval of Phase 1. 2 parts, Phase 1, total $12.6 million. Phase 1 is the due diligence. It's the feasibility study and preliminary design. What's the concept of this project, and can we build it on this space? Environmental resource assessments, geology considerations, hydrologic considerations, survey information, those kinds of things. How will this project work? Where do you flow water in? Where do you flow water out? Can the water actually move across the landscape, or do we have to come up with new physics in order to make it work? All of those basic ideas about preliminary design. And the company has already done some of that work, but we haven't paid them for it. And so they haven't given it to us to review. And so part of Phase 1 is us reviewing that work and then paying them for that work. And so Phase 1A is that initial reconnaissance study and the design documentation report. It's about approximately 6 to 8 months worth of work. And a lot of that is how the district will review what the company has already done and then clarify some of that work. Then there's a payment associated with that. In your board documents, we included some of that payment schedule, and I know I've got it here if we need to talk about it. But that Phase 1A is broken into 2 tasks: the reconnaissance study, about $2 million, and task 2, the design documentation report, $3.9 million as part of that 12.6. Then Phase 1B is the rest of the preliminary design. And so this is actually drafting the specifications, the schedule, the project operations, the permits. Also included in some of the exhibits. We did not include all of the exhibits, which if you include all of those exhibits, we're talking about 200 pages worth of information. But included in that 200 pages was about 3 to 4 pages of permits required. 3 to 4 pages of permits required. Normally we do all of that. In this case, although we will be helping with some of that and certainly reviewing all of that, a lot of that responsibility also falls on industry. It's part of this package, but it's part of what we're having to pay for. And so in Phase 1B, that set of final preliminary design and completion is about 6.6 million of the 12.6. And so that's how the 12.6 million breaks out, and that's what's included in what we're asking you to consider today. At the end of Phase 1, part of that final package that we will get is a stipulated price proposal from the company. And that stipulated price proposal will explain what's incorporated in Phase 2. And Phase 2 would be the construction, starting with finalizing the design and moving into construction of this project. Before we would enter into Phase 2, we'll come back to the board with the stipulated price proposal that outlines how much the rest of this project is going to cost, where additional off-ramps, if we're not satisfied with the direction that the project is going, how the land is acquired as part of the first portion of Phase 2, how that is turned over to the district, how the operations would happen after construction, how we would measure and gauge performance of the operating project. All of that will be outlined in that proposal that we will bring back to the board and that you'll have an opportunity to review before moving into phase 2. And so all of that part is part of that proposal that we can talk about at a future time, and that outlines the overall cost. We think that the overall cost of this project is somewhere between $280 to $300 million. But again, only 12.6 of it for this first phase is what's under consideration for today. So the other good news that I have for you is that this is not coming out of the NEAP budget, because DEP, as part of the triangle, has agreed to support this project with water quality grant money. So in addition to having so much more focus on NEAP lands and NEAP funding, and we're doing all kinds of other projects that we're not talking about today, but that we have talked about over the last couple of board meetings, and that we're going to keep talking about because there's a lot of interesting stuff going on there. This project quadruples my budget for those projects, right? This is a new source of funding that DEP has made it clear that this is a priority. It's a priority for all of us. And so this grows our budget for projects that are associated with improving water quality north of the lake. It also, because we're leveraging industry, it's growing my staff. So this is an innovative way for us to deliver a project in terms of funding, in terms of responsibility, in terms of risk, and in terms of timeline, because we also can anticipate having this project online working in about 5 years. It may not be perfect yet, right? Because we'll still be working through that second 5 years of operations with the company, making it better, making it work right, making sure that we're getting all of the benefits from it that we need. But we'll have it operating in 5 years. That's tremendous. And so I'm really excited to bring this opportunity to you today. And with that, I'll put this resolution on the screen for your consideration. And again, just to summarize it, although this has the not to exceed amount of $300 million, which is what the board gave us approval to negotiate to, the resolution today is for the $12.6 million that's associated with phase 1 specifically.
Well, thanks very much, Ms. Reynolds. Let's go to public comment, and then we'll have board discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have 4. We'll start with Rock Salt, followed by Eve Samples, and then Newton Cook, and then Kelly Cox.
Thanks, board. Again, I'm Rock Salt on behalf of Tropical Audubon. Normally, we don't focus on things way up in the north. We're a Dade County focus entity. But as we were talking before, you can't think that way. Kissimmee River and the whole restoration is really important. Getting this water quality piece taken care of affects us way down south as well. It affects everyone. It affects the estuaries. It affects the whole system. I think it's in this spirit of understanding that it's a system. I just, in the strongest words I can, I urge you to approve this resolution and move on with this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salt.
By the way, Mr. Salt, kudos to your parents for coming up with that name. That's the coolest name in the whole world.
It's my mother.
I thought at first it was just like a stage name.
It was 100% my mom. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. Eve Samples, you're recognized to speak, followed by Newton Cook, and then Kelly Cox.
Good afternoon again. Eve Samples, Executive Director at Friends of the Everglades. Friends of the Everglades supports efforts to reduce pollution entering Lake Okeechobee, as long as those efforts are both effective and cost effective. With that in mind, I'd like to offer a little bit of context about the lower Kissimmee Basin stormwater treatment area that you're considering now, and it relates to the triangle. So according to district staff, the STA would remove between 13 and 15 metric tons of phosphorus, the preferred diet of blue-green algae blooms, before it enters Lake Okeechobee. For context, consider that about 571 metric tons of phosphorus flow into the lake each year. The DEP set target is 140 metric tons. So what we're getting is a lot higher than that target. Under the proposal before the board, the district would spend up to $300 million to remove less than 3% of the annual flow of phosphorus into the lake. A more effective and cost-effective move would be to limit the flow of excess phosphorus at its primary source from landowners who apply fertilizer north of the lake. Yes, the state's best management practices program is designed to do that, but the program has not met targets and not succeeded. How do we know that? If BMPs were working, this STA would not be necessary. Back to the triangle. I see the South Florida Water Management District is doing its part. I think it's critically important for DEP and FDACS to do their part. If polluters north of Lake Okeechobee were forced to cut phosphorus flows into Lake O to the target of 140 metric tons a year set by DEP, the amount removed by this proposed STA would be about 10% of the total, much better. In other words, enforcing limits on pollution would make the proposed STA more effective. Friends of the Everglades suggests you approve this STA, but also do your part to limit phosphorus flows into the lake and to force polluters to curtail their flows. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Samples.
Excuse my vertigo. These lights are really a disaster. Makes me stumble around. Eva, and gave you a little bit of a reality check. I'm probably going to give you a little bit more. And when you say north of the lake, you know you're in my ball game. I've been working to get projects north of the lake because 96% of all the problem we have comes from north of the lake. 60,000 acres of SDAs are working on 400,000 or 500,000 acres of EAA, and we know what a struggle that is. So you can imagine 3,000 or 4,000 acres of SDA taking water basically from 3.5 million acres. It's not going to have a big impact. We know that, but it's a start. The other problem is velocity. SDAs don't work too well when the water's running fast, like they don't work at all. 2016, we had 18,000 CFS running into the north of the lake. Irma put 30,000 CFS running in the north of the lake. You're not going to be able to run that water through an SDA and clean it, ever. It's just reality checks. You got to be careful. The fact is that the only removal of large quantities of phosphorus out of the system, out of the ecosystem, are the crops going off the EAA south of the lake. Corn takes out phosphorus, used to grow it. All the vegetables take the phosphorus out, used to grow it. Sugarcane takes out millions of pounds every crop of pure phosphorus. 20 pounds per acre per crop. Net removal, because the farmers put in about 5 pounds per acre, and when they cut the cane, they take it away. They take away 25 pounds. It goes to the mill, and the cane that's not turned into sugar is either burned to make electricity or sent off to a paper plant to make paper. That's the big reduction of phosphorus out of the system. Nobody wants to talk about it, but that's where it is. It's the farming people. And yes, they do put a lot of phosphorus into the system north of the lake, and there's the problem that we're working on here. We have to address this system coming down from the north. We've got to get control of the BMPs. We've got to get control of that 500 and some odd tons of pure phosphorus that you've heard me tell you. You could take just 1 pound and blow this city up right here of pure phosphorus. And we got that much going in the lake every year, building up, building up, building up, building up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Kelly Cox is our final commenter on this item.
Thank you again, everyone. And I promise this will be my last comment for today. Kelly Cox with Audubon, Florida. We're really encouraged to see the district exploring these north of the lake storage opportunities. And we support this resolution. With the EAA and the C40 reservoirs coming online and STAs like this all across the state, we're really hopeful that we will continue to see a return on investment for water quality improvements. And I'm no Paul Gray, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention future plans for north of the lake. As we move forward with projects like this, the district should also consider the next stage of planning. Audubon would encourage the district to develop a plan to evaluate what global water storage and treatment needs are north of Lake Okeechobee. This STA project underscores the need for north of the lake storage, and we'd love to see a district blueprint for how to get us there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was our last public commenter.
Great. Thank you very much. Can I get a motion on 2021-12-14?
I'll make a motion, please, for 21-12-14.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. Ms. Reynolds, question. This is more, is this just an STA or is it more? Because it said STA and then it said innovative technology. So what, could you explain what the innovative technology is or might be?
Yeah, so there's consideration from the company that depending on the performance of the STA, they are considering different innovative technologies such as filters that would help remove additional nutrients in conjunction with a stormwater treatment area. So it would include both biologic, sort of the stormwater treatment area concept that you're familiar with, as well as perhaps an innovative technology medium or some type of filter that would help to remove additional nutrients as
Okay.
a combination in the stormwater treatment area.
And do they have reduction targets that they have to meet before we take over?
They do.
Okay. So we're not on the hook for anything unless this works?
Correct.
Okay.
I
mean, other than the fact that's what, the 6 million, which is sort of their due diligence.
So the structure would be that there would be deliverables. And
Right.
so there are certain deliverables if they deliver us products and then we have to pay them for those products. And also the land acquisition portion is spread out through, and that would be part of phase 2. And so some of those price proposals haven't been negotiated yet. And so
Got
we
it.
don't have that completely worked out yet.
Okay, thanks. And Ms. Samples, I'd like to reiterate something you said, which is like, this isn't an either or. We're still pursuing reducing water quality within the basin. Improving water quality within the basin while we're doing
Absolutely.
this.
That's right. And we are, the Triangle is working very hard on a variety of other things. We've talked some about that in the past, but this is not in any way, a single thing that's going to make everything all right. The comments that Ms. Samples made are completely accurate. This is just part of the solution and just one project of many needed in order to really tackle the water quality problems that we have.
Thanks, Ms. Reynolds. Other comments? Mr. Lipich?
Great presentation, very exciting. Just out of curiosity, I know you provided a bigger map, but for whatever reason, I only have my smaller map. So you call that, you have the S154 basin, right, which is next door to the 191, right? And those are, this is so great to be working on these basins, because back at the beginning when we had our workshop early on, oh my gosh, like one of our first things that was pretty intense, this was what we were focusing on, these bright red flashing basins. And so now there's quite a bit that's been done here, and that's just fantastic. But how come did you rename it all the way up there, that 154C? Or that was called, because that's way up there. That's like up by a S405 basin or something.
No, so the S154 basin is this one right here that you were just talking about. The S154C is this little square between the S154 and S133.
Is there another square up higher on this map? There's like a rectangle way up there? No, it must be
I don't think so. It
something
might
else.
just
Okay.
be,
So it's just the lower one that's by the 154.
correct.
Okay.
You might be talking about this little square that's up above Lake Istapoga. That's actually just the way that the watershed boundary is.
Okay. I just wondered, I misunderstood.
Yep. So it's this little square here is the S154C.
Okay, thank you very much. And it's really exciting to see the triangle working together. And I was hoping that Mr. Blaylock could please come up for a minute, if that's okay.
If he wants to.
From the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. He drove all the way from Tallahassee. I think he's driven one of the furthest today.
Called to the carpet.
And hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Great. I was just hoping you would give us your perspective on this project today. And thank you very much for the support.
Yeah, thank you. And we are, really excited about the project. I mean, it's going to be one of the first times that you're going to see water going from the Kissimmee being treated and then into Lake Okeechobee. And we know from, historically, we've done SDAs to treat water from Lake Okeechobee before going into the Everglades. And now we're looking at treating that water before at the source to be able to reduce some of the nutrients before they get into Lake Okeechobee. And acknowledge that it's a first step. It's not going to solve the problem, but it is addressing, and it's kind of that first step in moving into, I guess, the treating of the Kissimmee and that water going into Lake Okeechobee. So I'm very excited about it, and I think it's a good opportunity and good to be able to be working with EIP on this project. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Blaylock.
Thank
Thanks for
you.
coming, and thanks. Look forward to the partnership. Mr. Butler, if you're done.
Yeah.
I have one more.
Oh, sorry.
Real
Go ahead.
quick.
Mr.
Can
Lopez.
we say hello to Mr. Pettit? Can you text him?
Yep, and he can hear you.
Okay, please tell Mr.
He just
Pettit.
can't answer off of the Zoom platform.
Okay, please
him to blink
tell him
twice.
from the Florida Department of Agriculture, Water Quality Department. Please tell him hello. Thank you for being here virtually or electronically or whatever we are. And also that I read the report in our binder about the updates for the triangle for the NEEP. And it's great to see the progress that they're making, and it's very appreciated.
Guess we're doing phone a friend.
Okay.
That's okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That's good. It's just to keep, in a communication circle. You keep the communication going all around, and in a communication triangle, we talk to all sides of the triangle, and that's how it works because we're all working together. We're all talking, and we're all making this happen. So thank you so much, everybody, and the board. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Lipich. Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, Jackie, turn to page 6 of the presentation.
Okay.
And you got a little map on the left side there. Orange line is the Kissimmee River, C38. You got it?
This one?
Nope. Let me pull it out. This one.
Okay, I see it. I got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm
All right.
in denial about my eyesight. I'm trying to pretend I don't need glasses. Okay.
All right. So you see the little yellow box at the top of that orange line. There it is. You got it, Mitnick. That's S154C.
Okay.
This project is that entire basin.
Okay.
This is an entire basin. In addition, we're going to pick up part of S193. I think a couple hundred acres in S193.
Where's that one?
That's to the right.
Okay. Isn't that S191?
That 191. 191. my bad.
I got you. Okay.
133.
Is that 130? I get them all mixed up.
I know.
Okay, to the
and
right
the
of
numbers
that.
are all
We're
like
picking up. We're picking up a couple hundred acres
Can't
there.
read 'em.
Location, location, location.
Mm-hmm.
Reality is Kissimmee River restoration. this part of the C38 probably will never be restored because we've already got development on it.
We've already got what?
We've got development. People live
Development?
there. There's a lot of people that live there. Very difficult to get willing landowners in that area to restore that portion of the river. This location and location, I think, on our second responsive bidder. Second responsive bidder is a little further south. These are some of the last locations along the river that are wide open, and it's a great opportunity for an STA like it's proposed.
It's great.
We're not going to find another location like it. I've driven by this thing thousands of times. I mean, this is on my ride to, if I go to town, go to Okeechobee, I drive by this every day. Cow pasture, beautiful place. And S-154 is a complete cow pasture. It's also one of the most impaired basins when it comes to phosphorus. Why? I don't know. We don't know. I'm sure there's a lot of legacy nutrients over the years. Again, it's stuff, stuff from our grandfathers. This type of project, this is unique. This type of solicitation. I got to come back on the board here the day after y'all got to vote to approve going ahead with negotiations on this. This project, as an agricultural producer, or producing a commodity, one of the things that I'm a price taker. I'm going to step away from this project. I'm going to talk a little bit here. I'm a price taker. I don't get to set the price for what I sell my product for. And so I'm a price taker. So the only thing I can do is control my cost. A lot of times, in order to control my cost, I find myself having to cut out the middleman. Middleman has got to make a profit. Otherwise, the middleman wouldn't be in business. Whether it become a tractor repair, whether it become pouring a slab of concrete. I don't pay a contractor to pour a slab of concrete. I pour it myself. I cut the middleman out. I take on the middleman. Stay with me here. I'm going to make a point. I'm a veterinarian. I work under supervision of a veterinarian, but the veterinarian, if I have an issue, my veterinarian cannot be there every time I have an issue with an animal. I work under his supervision, but I go ahead and I treat that animal. I'm a nutritionist. I have a nutritionist on staff, but I can't afford to pay that nutritionist to be on my staff full time. I wind up making nutrition decisions for my animals. There's a lot of instances where I cut the middleman out. If I'm working on a tractor and I've got some expertise on how to repair something, but I don't know, I'm not fully qualified to repair something, I may wind up making a trip to town 4 or 5 times to get a different part each time. When a professional doing it, he may only need to make one trip. He can diagnose the problem, have it fixed just like that. So, sometimes I get lucky and cutting the middleman out works for me. Other times, it would have been more efficient if I just would have paid the middleman to get it done right the first time. I kind of equate that to what we're looking at here. A lot of these projects, most of these CERT projects that we do, the district, we're cutting the middleman out. We're doing it ourselves. We're doing design. Now, we bring in some experts to help along the way, but, and we wind up having we put a lot of people on staff. A lot of times we find it to be more efficient and a more efficient way of doing things. This project, we're going to put this in the hands of a middleman. We're going to go to private industry and say, this is our goal, and challenge them to do it better than what we could do it. One of my struggles with this has been, again, as a commodity producer, I look at the expenses. One of my struggles with this is, from the outside, it looks a little more expensive than maybe what we could do it for ourselves. As I've worked through this project, because we got a middleman, we were able to get this location brought to us through a middle person, through this solicitation that we may not have been able to get on our own. This is an opportunity to let private industry have a crack at building an STA. Along with it, and it kind of got mentioned, also using some advanced innovative technologies. What is PES? PES stands, it's in the agreement that we've got written in here. Anyways, I guess PES.
Phosphorus elimination system.
Phosphorus elimination system. That's the innovative technology that's listed in this project, down at the bottom corner. And, you know, again, when we look at some of these phosphorus elimination technologies, so going above and beyond what a farm and plants can do, a traditional STA, looking at some additional, you know, this vendor is going to look at some additional ways to remove phosphorus above and beyond. You know, we wrote the solicitation at 1315. I got a feeling that we're going to see better performance than that. My opinion, after examining, I think we'll see better performance. So we've got something that the middleman in this case is going to bring. He's going to bring some value, we hope. And he should. I mean, I've reviewed this thing. I think the district has put enough, after reading the project agreement, I've read a couple of the exhibits. I think there's enough safeguards in this thing that, from both sides, I mean, that's, you know, we're asking a vendor to commit to a long-term, you know, even if 5 years to actually treating water, and then maybe another few years after that before they turn the system over. We're asking this vendor to commit to a long time. I am comfortable with the way that Drew, the way your staff, Ms. Jennifer, the way y'all have written this thing. I think it's a good agreement. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not trained, but I think they've done a good job with it. Some of the other advantages with this is, and it kind of got mentioned, I think, Ms. Reynolds, you were mentioning it, typically when the district does this type of project, we'd piecemeal it. You know, we'll do the design, and then maybe we've got to put it out for bid. And it takes time, step by step. I think with this, that there will be a lot of concurrent work that can be done, and that's what allows this project to begin treating water in 5 years and not 10 years if this were a district or a public project. And so that concurrent work, you know, being able to speed through and get this thing done, again, letting private industry at it, I think is one of the benefits of going down this road. I've talked a lot. I support this project, and I think we ought to move forward with it.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Anyone else? Ms. Colonel Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to piggyback a little bit about what Ben went into great detail about, I want to applaud the staff. I think that as a governing board, when we came on board, Governor DeSantis asked us to achieve more now for Florida's environment. And we challenged our staff to come up with creative ways to move these projects forward. And you've heard me talk about in the past to get the Corps of Engineers to do things concurrently rather than in a linear way, so we can do more than one thing at the same time to move things forward. And I'm very proud of what the staff has brought us with this creative approach, and our partners with DEP and also with industry. This is exactly a new way of thinking so that we can get things done now, because Florida's water needs improvement now, okay? And I think that I'm so excited about this. Even when I was briefed on it, I was excited about it because, as Ben, you said, you know, it compresses the time. That's because we're letting industry partner with us. DEP has helped us. We've got our experts at the district to work where necessary, and we're going to get it done. And how many more opportunities are there out there just like this? And what other creative ways can we come up with that will help us achieve more now for Florida's environment. And I applaud the staff, and I really am excited about this. I hope that it delivers as our expectations hope it will. But if it does, I think we're on the way to something really big. So thank you very much to everyone who made this possible to this point. Thank you.
Thanks. I've got a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? I'm going to call that question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. That passes unanimously. Thank you all very much. Well done, Jennifer. The other Jennifer. This will be the monthly financial report given by Ms. Smith or Ms. Heater.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Governing Board members. I'm happy to provide this monthly financial report. The report in your package is through October 31st of 2021, which is the first month of the new fiscal year of 21-22. Ad valorem collections are at 2%, and we've collected $491,335 out of the $302 million. Ad valorem collections do not start coming in until in the district until the end of November and December, so it's the first month. We've collected over $6 million in revenues through the end of October. The district has expended $45 million thus far, with the majority of those expenditures being within restoration and O&M projects and maintenance categories. There are no red flags to report through October 31st. And just one last thing to conclude, I'd like to report that last month when the year ad valorem revenues were reported, we had not collected all of our ad valorem revenues, and as of November, we have collected everything. So that's all I have for you.
Yay.
Thanks very much, Ms. Smith. Any questions, comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Levine?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there is nothing to report this month.
Thank you very much. That was the General Counsel's report. We'll now go to a general public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one. Alberto Tico Aran.
I hope adding 3 minutes is not too much to the end of the meeting. Thank you, guys. No, I just wanted to, look at Biscayne Bay and take a step back just from a historical perspective. I know all of you are coming from different areas. And, Biscayne Bay itself, right, most of the water was all coming in through the northern basin. And essentially, as we dropped the water table, all the water kind of changed. But all that water from the northern basin, right, that actually used to have like an oyster fishery at one time, like, was plugged up by the Port of Miami. So instead of having a 2.5 mile wide flow south for all the water that was coming out of the Everglades, right, the Everglades wetlands were as close as 1.5 miles off of Little River. We have now limited that to 500 feet. So all the water from that, we've really chopped up Biscayne Bay into two pieces. So the northern basin is flushing out through the Port of Miami Canal, right? And South Beach wasn't South Beach. Fisher Island was actually the south point. And then Virginia Key and Key Biscayne, right, historically were connected. And there was a hurricane in the late 1800s, I think 1890, that broke that open to add that flowway as well. So just to say that there was a large amount of fresh water that was moving through the system and would flush the system south. By all the dredging, all the island infills and everything, we've completely changed the flow of the water. And so we need to work with the system as it is. I'm not saying that we need to go back to anything that's historical, but we have to really look at how the system was shaped and designed over time and kind of take a look forward as well. So haul over cut, right, which is, there's lots of videos of people sinking their ships there because it's crazy. It's called haul over because that used to be a point where people could bring their boats and haul it over to the ocean side. That was carved out in the 20s to freshen the waters because we were dumping too much waste into the water, right? And so, I just, I come to this to say that most of our fresh water was coming from the north. Today we've put a plug, which is Port of Miami, there to outflow, so essentially to the ocean. So it's changed the whole way that our estuary functions. And really our estuary status is no longer really in most of our bay. It's really in these little tiny pockets that are moving around. And so, you know, my hope is that as water quality is improved and the amount of water that flows in, that we can start to gain bigger pockets and start to work with the system as it is and just understand some of that. So thank you all for your time. Yeah.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, that was our last public comment for 2021.
Wow. Thank you very much, Rosie. We'll go to board comment. Mr. Butler.
All right, well, I'm gonna say it. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays to the board, staff, and everyone else listening. I hope you have a happy holidays. Merry Christmas to the staff, and I want to especially speak to the staff that, like me, will be working Christmas morning. We have a lot of staff at the district. This is a 24/7 job monitoring water and watching water and controlling water. Those in the control room, those at the field station that are going to be out there working. Hopefully we don't have any storm events that you have to call everybody in, but we do have some that will be working. And I want to tell you thank you for what you do for us. And I'll be right there with you with my crew. We'll be milking cows and feeding cows and taking care of cows. We'll put off some of the extra stuff on Christmas Day, but I appreciate the staff that'll be working over the holidays.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Mr. Martinez.
Yes, similar Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to everybody. I know we say it over and over. To the incredible staff of the district, thank you so much for making our job really easy. Thank you for your hard work and your dedication. Really, really appreciate it, and I hope you all are able to enjoy your holidays, and thank you for everybody that came out today. Colonel Polk, as always, thank you for your service, sir. Appreciate it. I guess the Rock is gone, but I wanted to thank him one more time. Mr. Eichenberg, glad to see that big shots like you spend a whole day here with us. I'd like to see you do that more often, coming to West Palm. So everybody, thank you for everybody, and especially thank you to J.C. Bermudez, the mayor of the city of Doral and the whole city of Doral for being such a great host.
Thanks, Mr. Martinez.
So Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. If you grew food for us that we're going to enjoy, whether it is beef or pork or chicken or fruit or vegetables this Christmas, thank you for your hard work. Or milk, cheese. I love cheese. I just eat cheese all the time. But keto. But I also wanted to just share with you, help children, right? If you stumble upon a family that needs your help, this is the time to do it. And I think that the little bell, the buzzer bell, sounds like a hospital. I expected any minute to hear code 3, code blue for Drew Bartlett, but it sounds like a hospital, doesn't it? Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Olivich.
What a great ending to a great year. Thank you, everybody. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah. And thank you to the city of Doral for hosting us today. I have to admit I didn't know much about it, but my husband was very impressed when I said I was coming here. And now I have a gift from the city of Doral that has golf balls. So that's exciting. Thank you, city of Doral. I realized that I mispronounced Lisa. It's Lisa Keeler. Yeah, I apologize. Lisa Keeler is the administrative or the executive director for Big Cypress Basin, and I said Kohler, so I apologize. And I met her at the field station otherwise, so thank you very much. And
never going to live that one down.
That's an easy mistake.
Yeah,
don't feel bad.
I realized that afterwards. And thank you, everybody, especially Eve Samples and Eric Eichenberg and all the others that were here today. And I'm just so excited. I mean, I really feel like we're in this magical time. of, I want to say kicking butt, but I probably can't say that. I mean, it's just exciting, you know, all the way around. It's exciting. Thank you to Governor DeSantis. Prayers to his wife, Casey. And Happy New Year.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair Wagner.
2021, almost gone. Can't believe it. It's been a remarkable ride so far, and I hope this momentum continues. I want to wish all of you Merry Christmas, a Happy Holidays, a Happy New Year, healthy and Happy New Year. And I'm excited to continue this in 2022. It's going to be a lot of fun moving forward. And hats off to all of you at the staff for this last agenda item. I think it's a remarkable project, and it's a remarkably innovative way to get things done, and it really caps off what was one of our first workshop items that we talked about. We were focused so heavily on the EAA, and I think everybody on the board at a moment's time, sort of a light went off, and we all of a sudden everybody started looking north of the lake. And, you know, what can you do there? And how do you work with this sort of patchwork of private land that's owned here and there? And how do you put a project together? And hats off to everybody who got this done. I think if you have every opportunity that we have to clean water, you know, regardless of where it is in the system, is an opportunity we should be taking advantage of. And it not only will help clean the water, but I think when you have cleaning points along the way, north of the lake, in the EAA, south, you know, these opportunities to clean water also give you an opportunity to figure out where the hot spots are. And that's critically important as well. So thanks very much for everything you guys do, and on to 2022.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Colonel Rowan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I really enjoyed the board discussion today. And Cheryl, I always look forward to hearing your comments. I don't know where you get your material, but I certainly enjoy it every time you get a chance to contribute to the group.
Clearly, I'm just a little.
But it always makes me feel better to smile and to laugh. Jackie made it over to the Big Cypress Basin, but it goes without saying that you're all invited. I'm sure Lisa Keeler would love to have you come over to the West Coast, and if you're in that area, and take a look at the basin. So you're all invited, certainly. I'd like to say thank you for the generous gift bags. That I had this big red bag at my chair today when I first arrived, and it just made put a smile on my face. So thank you to whoever was responsible for that, and I really, really appreciate that a lot. And also to the City of Doral for the gift bag that we received from them too. It's like I have to have help carrying stuff out to my car every time I come to one of these meetings, so thank you very much. Also, I'd like to wish everybody a happy holidays, and I'm looking forward to 2022 as well. And I hope that the staff, after this year, you'll get a chance to disconnect for a little bit and just relax and enjoy the special people in your life and enjoy the holiday together. Thank you.
Thanks, Colonel Roman. But I think Miami-Dade gets a really bad rap by the rest of the state. I'm always told it's really inefficient and it's not a good place to go. But look, it's 3:15. We got a ton done. I'm coming back. This is much better. So I'd like to thank our stakeholders for being here and for being so involved with everything we do. I'd like to thank Mayor Bermudez and the City of Doral for hosting us and for your staff's time and assistance. And specifically, I'd like to thank Mark Huron, Mario Leon, Maggie Santos, who are all staff with the City of Doral, Dan Walsh, William Eldridge, Henry Bowman, Elnie Victor, and Carla Dean from the district's Miami field office, and of course Sean and all of your staff in both the Miami Service Center and headquarters who worked very hard to make this meeting and help pull it off, and probably provide some gift bags too. It's just my guess. You're the elves, Santa. Our next business meeting is going to be our February governing board. We'll be back in West Palm Beach for that. The full meeting schedule for 2022 is posted on the district's website at sfwmd.gov/calendar. And I'd like to wish everyone a really safe, happy, healthy new year, and I look forward to seeing you all in 2022. Thanks. We're adjourned.